A man sits at his desk 1 year from retirement, and he's up for review. Not quite sure what to do each passing year. The workload grows. I'm always wishing too late for things to go my way. It always ends up the same. Count your blessings. I must be missing the point. Your signal fades away, and all I'm left with is noise. Count your blessings on one hand. So wait up, I'm not sleeping alone again tonight. There's so much to dream about. There must be more to my life. Poor little Tin Man. Still swinging his axe. Even though his joints are clogged with rust. My youth is slipping away. Safe in monotony, day after day. Count your blessings. My youth is slipping away. Cold wind blows off the lake, and I know for sure that it's too late. Count your blessings on one hand. So wait up, I'm not sleeping alone again tonight. There's so much to dream about. There must be more to my life. Can't help but feel betrayed. Watch the clock every single day. There's no loyalty and no remorse. You stole for a pension check, and it makes him fucking sick. He's heating up. He can't say no. Pause. Play. So wait up. I'm not sleeping alone again tonight. There's so much to dream about. There must be more to my life. So wait up. I'm not sleeping alone again tonight. Between the light and shallow waves is where I'm going to die. Wait up for me. Wait up for me. Wait up for me. So I guess it's over, baby. Deja vu again. Who'd have thought that time don't stop? And somehow, girl, the world keeps spinning. I guess I've turned myself into a solitary man. Ain't like I'm the only one that's in the shoes that I am. Do you hear that? I'm right back at the sound of lonely calling. Do you hear that? It's where I'm at. It's the sound of teardrops falling down. A slamming door and a lesson learned. I let out another lover crash and burn. I know that it might sound jaded, And I have to say, I think love is overrated, but I don't like throwing it away. I know you could probably tell me right where I went wrong. Some guys can't have all the luck if others don't sing sad songs. Do you hear that? I'm right back at the sound of lonely calling. Do you hear that? It's where I'm at. It's the sound of teardrops falling down. A slamming door and a lesson learned. I let another lover crash and burn. That's right. Another lover. Another lover crash and burn. Ooh, yeah. Do you hear that? I'm right back at the sound of lonely calling. Do you hear that? It's where I'm at. It's the sound of teardrops falling down. A slamming door and a lesson learned. I let another lover crash and burn. Yeah, I let another lover crash and burn. Hello, hello, hello. Hope everyone's having a nice Tuesday, doing well the usual. Hello, chat room. I'm back. Hope you had a nice Monday night. Doing well the usual. Bog dog, etc. Hope you guys are doing good today, this morning. I'm doing pretty good. I just did some nice old cardio. I'm kind of on. I'm not quite there yet. I'm not quite there yet, but I am getting back to old school veinage territory. I am getting there. Like close. Like really close. Oh, hey. Oh, comma, hey to you, exclamation point. When somebody says, "Oh, hey, I didn't see you there," in my stream chat, I just think like, did I catch you guys off guard in my own stream? Is that what happened? Like, oh, I didn't see you there, streamer. Didn't see you. Didn't see you, but potentially informed about you. You know what I mean? Let's move over here. Hello. I am the wet hair streamer today. I guess it doesn't look like it as much, but I am the wet hair streamer. I've drawn Romola Yoda today to ease my anxiousness. You look so veiny, thanks. Can you see it? I guess you can only this is a gamer mark. This is a gamer mark. Everybody's got one. They're like those criminal things from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, the chips or whatever. Everybody's got a gamer card. I don't have one? Really? Well, then maybe you're not a gamer, Fred. Look at my gamer mark. My bacille has sprouted. No thanks to you. What the hell did I do about it? Oh, this is awesome. This is awesome. I love this. Hold on. Check this out. Dude, this is sick. This is Romola Yoda. I love this. Thank you so much, Mika. Huge shout outs to him. I love this. This is that's an image that you look at and you just hear, like it works, doesn't it? There are two appropriate ways to say basil. Basil. Basil is literally like the Byzantine pronunciation of it. Like I that's like the Emperor Basil, not like the food. Can we have a Romola Yoda day? I mean, I love I would love to have this as an emote, but I don't know how I don't know how I would do this, but I love it. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Mika. Again, thank you so much. If you're okay with it, I could maybe try to make it an emote. Replace face cam with Yoda. Would that help? No, I well yeah. I mean, that looks good. I can make it transparent. I would love that. This is awesome. Thank you so much. Nothing changed. I mean, this is how I feel I look when I start talking about Lenin. Like if I start talking about like theory, this is basically how I feel. If I had to summarize it in an image. Remember that Game Awards when you were stoned and played that Yoda game? Yes. Fucking Polaris wanted me to play that shit so bad, and they were talking up how good it was and how Yoda stories is like the second coming of Jesus. And then I played it and it's literally just rogue like Star Wars. Yes, it's the Yoda stories. I still have that game, by the way. I still got that shit locked and loaded. And I got Stuart Little, The Journey Home, if need be. When are you playing Cave Story? I don't know. I could play it. I do. I'm not kidding when I say this. I want to go through some of the old games, birthday games that were requested, and actually like play them again, like with my brain on. Thoughts on Bad Brains? Mine or like the band? What the hell was that noise? I don't know. The band. I like it. I'm gonna say something that may catch you guys off guard. Perhaps it won't. We may be going back to the Shield, yes. I'm really into jazz fusion. Like not to be that white girl, but I mean like come on. I like early like the comet is coming. I mean like who is a good example? No, 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 no. When I say listen, 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 listen. When I say do not, when I say smooth, when I say jazz fusion, I'm not talking about Persona. I just want to make this really clear. Okay, I just want to make this really clear. Notice how she doesn't say black people when she. No, that's not true. No, that's not true. Oh, what about I'm actually looking through a Wikipedia list right now. Idris Muhammad. There we go. Romola sits in a dimly lit room, snapping her fingers, listening to jazz fusion. Romola, these cats are cooking. Yeah, yeah, and I am snapping my fingers, and I shake my head like violently for like half a second, and then I say that. Who else? I mean, yeah, I guess it really is just Miles Davis that comes to mind. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm thinking like when I start to think of an album here, and the first thing I think of is like Miles Ahead or like Round About Midnight, you know? Albert Ayers. That does ring a bell. Yes, Albert Ayler. Yes. Whatever, whatever, whatever. Who cares? Genres are bullshit anyways. Genres are bullshit anyways. Who cares? Who cares? Look, the point is I like that music. I'm enough. Enough of this. I'm just gonna sit back. Oh, what about Brand X? I like Brand X. I just don't like Phil Collins. Key detail. Uh-oh, her bona fides were threatened. I mean, I'm not the best with the jazz musicians off the top of my head. When I think of jazz, I'm going to say something that will discredit me like really fast. I'm going to tell you guys what. Yes, I was going to say I was going to say Japanese jazz. I was going to talk about like Yuji Ono cuz I when I think of jazz, I think of when I worked on Lupin. I mean, not really. I'm not I mean it it wouldn't discredit me. I'm just talking shit. I'm just doing a little LOL giggle, you know? Just a little smooth giggle, tee hee, tee hee hee, as I like to say. Like, what's a good Yuji Ono one? Believe it or not, you do not have to make shit up to sound like you know what you're talking about. Oh, I mean, that's true. That is true. And that's actually, I think, actually, the telltale signs of someone who actually knows what they're talking about is their ability to simplify it, you know? I mean, that's more like teaching, I guess. That's a different skill altogether. Hold on, let's just see. I cannot play much of this because this will obliterate me. Listen, it's the sounds of Lupin. Lupin. What you know about Armenian jazz? Absolutely nothing. Armenian jazz? I've never heard of it. That's like what was Stalin's favorite hits? Why did you laugh at that? I just it's rare that okay, look, it's rare enough that you get asked like what kind of jazz you like, right? That's one thing. I don't think I've ever been asked, have you ever heard Armenian jazz before? That's one of the first kinds I've ever heard. You know what I mean? The System of a Down count? No. System of a Down is like new metal, isn't it? How do you yeah, I would say they're like new metal, right? They're from that era. I mean, I guess I don't know, they're kind of prog too. Why you Yoda? Thoughts on Star Wars, Jazz? I have nothing good to say. I will tell you now because when I think of when I think about Star Wars, okay, do you know what it's called? Do you understand? Yes, it's called yes. Yes, that's what it's called. Hold on, let me get a nice picture set up in the background for you guys so we're not just looking at a black screen. Nice. Since this started with Jazz Fusion, you'd be talking about stuff like Weather Report, Return to Forever. Do a Yoda impression. Sleepy time. Me need. Night night. Thank you for the transparent version, Mika. Really appreciate it. It's really, really cool. Do a Yoda depression? Mm, Go outside later, perhaps. Listen. You got me, Samuski. You know, by saying listen and then posting a YouTube link, that's so effective on me, I can't even begin to describe it.
Larry Cobb after the game.
How do you guys feel about facing New Orleans?
No problem. Listen. We just beat the Giants without a doubt. New Orleans is nothing to us. We are the E-A-G-L-E-S-Eagles! Yeah, baby! Listen, this is our year. Every other year, we've came close, but this year is our year. Jeff Garcia, baby, is our baby. He's it, baby. We are
The Pop Man. You don't see Larry and Foster Brooks in the same place ever.
No, I sure hope Larry wasn't driving home.
I hope not. Larry from Leicester.
Hey, because as they said, Buzz drive, he gets drunk. Hey, is that girl all right? Lord have mercy.
What? Beauty of Armenian jazz, music you need to experience. All right, let's experience this together. Let's experience this together. I like this image. Why are you Yoda? It's got me. I like this. In fact, here, look at me. I like this. Should I hold on? Maybe I shouldn't do it over this. I like how hold on. One moment. Let me fix this up. Unfortunately, YouTube is being flooded by AI Armenian jazz channels. It is actually so sad that like nowadays you gotta worry about like the new AI, you know? Oh, the new AI came to town. Thank you. Makes it harder to concentrate if there's music like that in the background. But that's because you're supposed to focus on the music. How do you feel, you know? Where does it take you? you know? Look at Yoda. Here, let me flip the chessboard on you. Let me flip the chessboard on you. This is going to be very important. No, wrong way. Other flip. No, other flip. Why does it keep doing that? That was so unnecessarily difficult. There we go. Look. Can you read this? You ruined it. What if, dude, what if people start coming in here and thinking that, yeah, like what if people are like, oh, we got the Yoda Lenin VTuber who's talking about Lenin with their little Yoda VTuber in the corner, like baby Yoda. Can there be? I can't do Yoda's voice. Can there be equality between the exploited and the exploiter? Come on. Come on. I'm well, come on. I am going to work on the Yoda voice. Nice VTuber. Thank you, Sailor. Stream or no stream? Look, I don't do Yoda impressions. I do and that's it. You should do an RFK voice through this. That would be insulting. That would be genuinely insulting. You know why? Because RFK is being exploited by the worm in his brain. We can't. Hold on. Speaking of this, how's John Fetterman doing? Hold on. Speaking of worms, he died? Hold on. I actually need to get a new. He fell. He fell again? John Fetterman is doing as well with Pennsylvania Democrats as the New York Giants are as liked in the state of Pennsylvania or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I mean, just look at this. Among Pennsylvania Democrats and their approval of Fetterman back in 2023, he was a Democrat liberal darling. He was at plus 68 points. Look at how far he has fallen down to negative 40 points. He's down there with the Titanic among Democrats in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Marveled Enton at the outset of a segment with anchor John Berman. And, to put a comparison point on it, we always talk about how Chuck Schumer's not well liked by the Democratic base nationwide. Chuck Schumer has a net popularity rating of about -2 points. He's 38 more points more popular than John Fetterman. Holy shit. He really did fall in the fountain. I mean, what else is there to say, right? They really want a better man. I don't blame them. Link me the video. Let's just get this out of the way. And let's play some Armenian jazz in the background while it goes. The video's gone? What? No! Oh no! Oh no! What? What? No! Oh my god! I'm peepo pissed. Why didn't you download it? I thought it would be on the internet forever. I thought it would be on the internet forever. And it wasn't. They took it off the internet. I'm so sad. There's got to be an archive.org link or something, like John Futterman Falls in Fountain. Hold on. Let me check. I got to remember my archive name. I think I called it like Luxury Loving Lenin or something. Oh, there's nothing on archive. Just a lot of John Fetterman posts. And frankly, that's not doing it. Well, I guess we better... I mean, we better play the one. You know?
Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman,
Yeah?
you need any help?
I'm running for the U.S. Senate, kid. I need all the help I can get.
Thank
You're
you.
running for Senate?
Sure.
Where's your suit and your flag pin and your hair?
Oh, hey, kid.
I just want you to know I'd vote for you.
Hey, thanks, kid.
You want a drink?
Nah, no.
Really, you can have it.
Okay. Thanks.
See you around.
Hey, kid. Catch.
Wow, thanks, Mayor John.
Coke and smile. Hold on, let me download it. Get catch. Oh, one more time. One more time. You can't end off on that. Come on. Hey kid, catch. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. It never gets old. It never gets old. It never gets old. It's so good. It's so, so good. Oh. Oh my god. Make the fetter piss emote. I really do. I really do need an emote. I need to make an emote of that. I do. I honest to God do. Yes, Wetterman. The Wetterman. Oh my god. Fuck. That is so funny. Fuck. It's so funny. I don't know why. Just I truly have become like my grandma. Just laughing at like videos of people falling over, and that's it. My grandma, when I'm 5 years old, watching America's Funniest Home Videos, sees some 80-year-old woman falling down off like a chair, and she's crying from laughter. And then 25 years later, here I am. All right, let's read a little bit more from Lenin. Well, let's read a little more of the anti-Kautsky topic or the blog. This is a call-out post to the renegade Kautsky, so to speak. To show you how serious I am about this, I spent the last, like, literally this whole morning before I exercised, I reacquainted myself with every bit of the Lenin Constitution from 1919 to 1924 USSR. So I'm ready to answer some fucking questions. Can there be equality between the exploited and the exploiter? Kautsky argues as follows. 1. The exploiter have always formed only a small minority of the population. Page 14 of Kautsky's pamphlet. This is indisputably true. Taking this as the starting point, what should be the argument? One may argue in a Marxist, a socialist way, in which case one would proceed from the relation between the exploited and the exploiters, or one may argue in a liberal, a bourgeois democratic way, and in that case one would proceed from the relation between the majority and the minority. If we are to argue in a Marxist way, we must say the exploiters inevitably transform the state, and we are speaking of democracy, i.e., one of the forms of the state, into an instrument of the rule of their class, the exploiters, over the exploited. Hence, as long as there are exploiters who rule the majority, the exploited, the democratic state must inevitably be for a democracy, the democratic state must inevitably be a democracy for the exploiters. A state of the exploited must fundamentally differ from such a state. It must be a democracy for the exploited and a means of suppressing the exploiters. And the suppression of a class means inequality for that class. Its exclusion from quotations, democracy. Basically, this is saying it is continuing off of what we talked about yesterday, that the tools of the state that Marxists believe in like kind of using to oppress the exploiters essentially boils down in removing the ability to exploit others, whether that be through like the amount of wealth or land or capital you can accrue or accumulate, I should say, clashing against, say, like, again, the bourgeoisie as a whole aim to continue their exploitation, right? They aim to continue their privileges through wealth, right? The proletarian oppression of the bourgeoisie in this case essentially means to disarming the ability of the bourgeoisie to have a sort of exploitation of the proletariat, right? So essentially, in reality, how this would look is preventing, say, there may be limitations for things you could do, say, in politics if you were wealthy, versus how it is now, where you need wealth in order to join in this democracy or in political discussion, right? In a like, political like state liberal democracy kind of way, right? To engage in an election, you must put down a certain amount of money, right? If we argue in a liberal way, we must say the majority decides, the minority submits. Those who do not submit are punished. That is all. Nothing need be said about the class character of the state in general, or of pure democracy in particular, because it is irrelevant. For a majority is a majority, and a minority is a minority. A pound of flesh is a pound of flesh, and that is all there is to it. And this is exactly how Kautsky argues. Yes, flattening the power curve. I loved your speak at the Unite the Right rally, Romola. Heart emoji. The Unite the Right? Which one was that? Was that Charlottesville? That was Charlottesville. That was, oh, my back. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing. She's done so many, she can't even remember. Yes. Oh my god, I forgot about the tiki torches. Oh my god. I cannot believe that, dude. Lennon really loves the Shylock reference. Yes. Uh what what do they say? What do they always say about the guys that say something weird but they like their overall output? What is it? He don't got internet. That's it. He don't got internet. He don't got radio. He don't got radio. 2. Why should the rule of proletariat assume, and necessarily assume, a form which is incompatible with democracy? Page 21. Then he follows up a very detailed and very verbose explanation, backed by a quotation from Marx and the election figures of the Paris Commune, to the effect that the proletariat is in the majority. The conclusion is, a regime which is so strongly rooted in the people has not the slightest reason for encroaching upon democracy. It cannot always dispense with violence in cases when violence is employed to suppress democracy. Violence can only be met with violence, but a regime which knows that it has the popular backing will employ violence only to protect democracy and not to destroy it. It would simply be suicidal if it attempted to do away with its most reliable basis, universal suffrage, the deep source of mighty moral authority. I'm gonna be a little bit of a nerd, real quick. If you guys, I'm gonna assume most of you know what universal suffrage is, but uh, essentially this is the continuation of how way back the majority of voting was through census suffrage, right? Which meant that you had to be of a particular status or you had to be of a particular like class in order to participate in democracy, right? Universal suffrage is just the sort of inverse of the widening of that, where there is no limitations based on class or wealth or whatever, right? Not really something we think about today. Yes, mail-in landowners were the popular ones. Yes, like this is something that even for today is a little it's a little it's not as big of a pressing thing, in the way that it was in the 18th century. As you see, the relation between the exploited and the exploiters has vanished in Kautsky's argument. All that remains is the majority in general, the minority in general, democracy in general, the pure democracy with which we are already familiar. And all this, mark you, is said apropos of the Paris Commune. To make things clearer, I shall quote Marx and Engels to show what they said on the subject of dictatorship apropos of the Paris Commune. Again, I want to remind you, a lot of the development on the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat is once again born out of the Paris Commune as an experiment, right? As a first socialist state. All the Marxists from this time period have huge respect for it and essentially want to continue the progress off of it. So already you can see a slight disconnect with how Kautsky refers to the commune versus how someone like Lenin does, right? Not to say one is particularly more well read than the other, but I would say one is a little more on the pulse of the vibe at the time. Marx says, when the workers replaced the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie by the revolutionary dictatorship to break down the resistance of the bourgeoisie, the workers invest the state with a revolutionary and transitional form. Engels replies, and the victorious party in a revolution must maintain its rule by means of the terror which its arms inspire in the reactionaries. Would the Paris Commune have lasted more than a day if it had not used the authority of the armed people against the bourgeoisie? Cannot we, on the contrary, blame it for having made too little use of that authority? So again, it's Engels saying that reacting to the Paris Commune, the use of the state, when they say must maintain its rule by means of the terror which its arms inspire in the reactionaries. Essentially, this is saying using a law, using the uh using the monopoly on violence that the state has to control the ability of the bourgeoisie to continue their exploitation. Again, how I would word this in modern day terms is just as a very simplification of it all, could mean as little as regulations to prevent you from buying more land if you have like 1 or 2 lands of property or maybe above 8 acres of land. Or it could be as extreme as like, I mean, essentially ripping away property from absolutely everybody, or from, you know, the bourgeoisie, which in this case usually they are the ones in control of the land en masse anyways. Engels continues, as therefore, the state is only a transitional institution which is used in the struggle, in the revolution, to hold down one's adversaries by force. It is sheer nonsense to talk of a free people's state. So as long as the proletariat still needs the state, it does not need it in the interest of freedom, but in order to hold down its adversaries. And as soon as it becomes possible to speak of freedom, the state as such ceases to exist. Kautsky is as far removed from Marx and Engels as heaven is from earth, as a liberal from proletarian revolutionary. The pure democracy and simple democracy that Kautsky talks about is a mere paraphrase of the free people's state, i.e., sheer nonsense. Kautsky, with the learned air of a most learned armchair fool, or with the innocent air of a 10-year-old schoolgirl, asks, why do we need a dictatorship when we have a majority? And Marx and Engels explains, to break down the resistance of the bourgeoisie, to inspire the reactionaries with fear, to maintain the authority of the armed people against the bourgeoisie, that the proletariat may forcibly hold down its adversaries. Essentially, again, just to continue on where we're at, he is saying that they believe in using the state in order to oppress the landowners or the people that own a lot. This oppression, or the sort of abolition of their privileges and or rights currently, um, would be more so leaned in the proletarian direction. So again, how this would show out in like reality is labor laws may favor corporations or, you know, capitalists in the modern day, whereas the proletarian equivalent of this would be to favor with the laborers or the workers on average, just as a quick example. Kautsky does not understand these explanations. Infatuated with the purity of democracy, blind to its bourgeois character, he consistently urges that the majority, since it is the majority, need not break down the resistance of the minority, nor forcibly hold it down. It is sufficient to suppress cases of infringement of democracy. Infatuated with the purity of democracy, Kautsky inadvertently commits the same little error that all bourgeois Democrats always commit. Namely, he takes formal equality, which is nothing but a fraud and hypocrisy under capitalism, for actual equality. Quite a trifle. Talking about Marxism. Yeah, we're doing a little lecture on we've been doing the proletarian revolution and the renegade Kautsky, and we're currently on, can there be equality between the exploited and the exploiter? Happy for you to join us. Kautsky does not understand these explanations. Oh, sorry, this is where we stopped. The exploiter and the exploited cannot be equal. This truth, however unpleasant it may be to Kautsky, nevertheless forms the essence of socialism. Another truth, there cannot be no real actual equality until all possibility of the exploitation of one class by another has been totally destroyed. The exploiters can be defeated at one stroke in the event of a successful uprising at the center or of a revolt in the army, but except in very rare and special cases, the exploiters cannot be destroyed at one stroke. It is impossible to expropriate all the landowners and capitalists of any big country at one stroke. Furthermore, expropriation alone, as a legal or political act, does not settle the matter by a long chalk, because it is necessary to depose the landowners and capitalists in actual fact, to replace their management of the factories and estates by a different management, workers' management in actual fact. There can be no equality between the exploiters, who, for generations, have been better off because of their education, conditions of wealthy life, and habits, and the exploited, the majority of whom, even in the most advanced and most democratic bourgeois republics, are downtrodden, backward, ignorant, intimidated, and disunited. For a long time after the revolution, the exploiters inevitably continued to retain a great number of practical advantages. They still have money, since it is impossible to abolish money all at once, some movable property, often fairly considerable. They still have various connections, habits of organization and management, knowledge of all the quotations, secrets, customs, methods, means, and possibilities of management, superior education, close connections with the higher technical personnel who live and think like the bourgeoisie, incomparably greater experience in the art of war. This is very important, and so on and so forth. This last bit here is key. Incomparably greater experience in the art of war. This is very important. He highlights it for a great reason. A lot of war, uh, throughout history has been a purely bourgeoisie kind of skill tree, I guess you could say, to simplify it like this. It is like, how do we describe this? Think of it like guerrilla warfare versus traditional warfare, right? There is a level of warfare that has been educated and taught throughout time in history through the exploits of many states in the past, right? We can go from like Rome, even beyond Rome, but like for Western, Western civilization, talking about like armies and warfare, we are basically starting at like the Greeks to the Romans, and from then on out. This is why guerrilla warfare is, yes, never fight uphill, me boys, and so on. Yes, Lenin said that. Um, one key detail about this is that these sort of wars are not necessarily impactful on the scale of the average worker outside of the harm that it has done, right? It is a political maneuver, essentially. Especially at this time, it is considered directly uh like contrast, right? It is a constant, the aims of warfare for a state is very different than the aims of a proletariat state, right? Like, just as a quick example, or a proletarian movement. Um this is where like guerrilla warfare essentially comes from, and one reason why guerrilla warfare was not respected whatsoever in these time frames. Like, it really takes, like, it's even beyond Mao that guerrilla warfare begins to be seen as like a valid thing. Yes, this is after World War One. That's a great point. This is like, that is a very key detail. If the exploiters are defeated in one country only, and this, of course, is typical, since the simultaneous revolution in a number of countries is a rare exception, they still remain stronger than the exploited, for the international connections of the exploiter are enormous. That a section of the exploited from the least advanced middle peasant, artisan, and similar groups of the population may, and indeed does, follow the exploiters has been proved by all revolutions, including the Commune, for there were also proletarians among the Versailles troops, which the most learned Kautsky has forgotten. In these circumstances, to assume that in a revolution which is at all profound and serious, the issue is decided simply by the relation between the majority and the minority is the acme of stupidity, the silliest prejudice of a common liberal, an attempt to deceive the people by concealing them from a well-established historical truth. This historical truth is that every profound revolution, the prolonged, stubborn, and desperate resistance of the exploiters, who, for a number of years, retain important practical advantages over the exploited, is the rule. Never, except in the sentimental fantasies of the sentimental fool Kautsky, will the exploiters submit to the decision of the exploited majority without trying to make use of their advantages in a last desperate battle or a series of battles. And I mean, for what days? I mean, this is in like what? November 1918. Um Basically, like, he wasn't even fully prepared for how correct this becomes, because when the Civil War starts, it's not just like, I don't know, Japan who is trying to get involved. There are like 7 or 8 different states that essentially try to step in and either pick up the crumbs that are left or to take control of a region. America and Japan both very much so wanted the Far Eastern Republic, which is like, it is the far east of Russia. I guess that's obvious if I say it like that. But um there were like British landings into Azerbaijan. In fact, there were landings like that were met peacefully, and then like they would be allowed in, and then they would be killed by the British troops. So understand, even before this, like even after this, rather, this happens. So he does not even fully know the sheer extent of this. Although this is at the point where they are beginning to flood in, right? And begin to position themselves against the USSR. In these circumstances, to assume that in a revolution which is at all profound and serious, the issue is decided simply by the relation between. Oh, sorry. This is where we left off. The transition from capitalism to communism takes an entire historical epoch. Until this epoch is over, the exploiters inevitably cherish the hope of restoration, and this hope turns into attempts at restoration. After their first serious defeat, the overthrown exploiters, who had not expected their overthrow, never believed it possible, never conceded the thought of it, throw themselves with energy grown tenfold, with furious passion and hatred grown 100-fold, into the battle for the recovery of the paradise of which they were deprived, on behalf of their families, who had been leading such a sweet and easy life, and whom now the common herd is condemning to ruin and destitution, or to common labor. In the train of the capitalist exploiters follow the wide sections of the petty bourgeoisie, with regard to whom decades of historical experience of all countries testify that they facilitate and hesitate, one day marching behind the proletariat and the next day taking fright at the difficulties of the revolution, that they become panic-stricken at the first defeat or semi-defeat of the workers, grow nervous, run about aimlessly, snivel, and rush from one camp into the other, just like our Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries. So basically, he's talking about how a lot of the social democrats or like, left-leaning liberals of the time were a lot more defeatist and hesitant about their commitment to things. And essentially, some of them did switch sides quite rapidly, even as the war was going on. Um, Socialist revolutionaries and the Mensheviks, just to simplify, this is an oversimplification, and I'm not going to explain past this, but think of them as like socialist or like agrarian socialists on a very kind of like minute detail. They barely breach what would be considered socialism today, but more so just like very specific implementations of what they believe, whether that be land reform or like slow progress through reform. In these circumstances, in an epoch of desperately acute war, when history presents the question of whether age-old and thousand-year-old privileges are to be or to not to be, at such a time to talk about majority and minority, about pure democracy, about dictatorship being unnecessary, and about equality between the exploiter and the exploited. What infinite stupidity and abysmal Philistinism are needed for this. However, during the decades of comparatively peaceful capitalism between 1871 and 1914, the Augean stables of Philistinism, imbecility, and apostasy accumulated in the socialist parties which were adapting themselves to opportunism. The reader will probably have noticed that Kautsky, in the passage from his pamphlet quoted above, speaks of an attempt to encroach upon universal suffrage, calling it, by the way, a deep source of mighty moral authority, whereas Engels, apropos of the same Paris Commune and the same question of the dictatorship, spoke of the authority of the armed people against the bourgeoisie, a very characteristic difference between the Philistines and the revolutionaries' view on authority. It should be observed that the question of depriving the exploiters of a franchise is a purely Russian question and not a question of the dictatorship of the proletariat in general. Had Kautsky, casting aside hypocrisy, entitled his pamphlet Against the Bolsheviks, the title would have corresponded to the contents of the pamphlet, and Kautsky would have been justified in speaking bluntly about the franchise. But Kautsky wanted to come out primarily as a theoretician. He called his pamphlet The Dictatorship of the Proletariat in general. He speaks of the Soviets and about Russia specifically only in the second part of the pamphlet, beginning with the 6th paragraph. The subject dealt with in the first part, from which I took the quotation, is democracy and dictatorship in general. In speaking about the franchise, Kautsky betrayed himself as an opponent of the Bolsheviks, who do not care about the brass farthing for theory. For theory, i.e., the reasoning about the general and not the nationally specific class foundations of democracy and dictatorship, ought to not deal with a special question, ought to deal not with a special question, such as the franchise, but of the general question of whether democracy can be preserved for the rich, for the exploiters, in the historical period of the overthrow of the exploiters and the replacement of their state by the state of the exploited. So again, he's saying essentially all of this is further kind of emphasizing the point that what Kautsky is defining as democracy is purely on the optics of it all, right? It is saying this is a pure democracy. This is a democracy of, everybody voting in favor with each other and having the option to do so. And I want to emphasize that universal suffrage, as we talked about earlier, it was not particularly common at this time. And universal suffrage as an option was particularly noteworthy, even so. But I mean, we can see even through today, right? If you live in a lot of Western Europe or America, you have universal suffrage, but these issues of democracy are still not necessarily dealt with. In fact, you could argue that they've gotten worse through the kind of implementation of, say, uh, like lobbying, right? Like on a much grander scale and a much higher financial sort of, being able to apply more financial worth. Yes, it is aesthetically nice. In fairness to Lenin, if you look at how the respective German and Russian socialist projects went, you can tell who won the argument. Yes. It's aesthetically nice, though. It is aesthetically nice. I got to give him that. And again, one thing he does highlight here that is very key that a lot of people struggle with, even Marxists, which is weird to me, but I'm not going to be annoying about it. It should be observed that the question of depriving the exploiters of the franchise is purely a Russian question and not a question of the dictatorship of the proletariat in general. This is a very key detail that a lot of people tend to forget, that applying Marxism is applying these things to your conditions, right? To your local conditions and your local your country, your cultures, like where you're at, right? You have to meet people where they're at is the point. Um the reason why this was done in this way in Russia also connects to what we were talking about yesterday and how democracy was formed in not necessarily these uh super liberal democratic states, but usually states born out of like monarchists, right? They were born out of monarchists where there may be a sort of democratic method involved, but at the end of the day, there is ultimately just a single party that will implement these things when it comes down to it. It's like public transit systems. What works for DC wouldn't work for NYC. Yes, that's a great way of putting it. It's you have to think about a lot of things that goes beyond just like how are the rich people doing things, right? You got to look at how, the city's set up. You got to look at how people are feeling, what the mood is. I'll just tell you that typically in in these czarist or like monarchist kingdoms or empires, the landowners hadn't even necessarily had a bourgeois revolution, which meant a lot of the landowners were fiercely resistant to having a actual like reduction of rights in any capacity, right? This is why Lenin is highlighting it as a purely Russian question, that the landowners had not necessarily been disenfranchised in the same way that a lot of landowners were in the French Revolution, right? These things are not necessarily the same circumstances, right? Again, I want to remind you that Russia, at the time that he is arguing with Kautsky, is primarily like an agrarian economy and had just kind of been left out of, or had left serfdom. Yes, it was very feudal over there. It was essentially a feudal state. Um, that's a lazy way of putting it, but you know. Um, that is the only way. That is the only way a theoretician can present the question. We know the example of the Paris Commune. We know all that was said by the founders of Marxism in connection with it and in reference to it. On the basis of this material I examined, for instance, the question of democracy and dictatorship in my pamphlet, The State and Revolution, written before the October Revolution. I did not say anything at all about restricting the franchise, and it must be said now that the question of restricting the franchise is a nationally specific and not a general question of the dictatorship. Pardon me. One must approach the question of restricting the franchise by studying the specific conditions of the Russian Revolution and the specific path of its development. This will be done later on in this pamphlet. It would be a mistake, however, to guarantee in advance that the impending proletarian revolutions in Europe will all, or the majority of them, be necessarily accompanied by restriction of the franchise for the bourgeoisie. It may be so. After the war and the experience of the Russian Revolution, it will probably be so, but it is not absolutely necessary for the exercise of the dictatorship. It is not an indispensable characteristic of the logical concept dictatorship. It does not enter as an indispensable condition in the historical and class concept dictatorship, right? Lenin here is highlighting that even though, sorry, I can't highlight it all because it's too blue. I hope that makes sense. What they're talking about is the franchisement, the ability to vote and participate in democracy, right? What he's talking about is essentially the action that Kautsky is motioning towards, like Kautsky is motioning towards the ability of everybody to vote as the proof of democracy and not the substance of what they're voting on. Lenin contrasts that by saying the top is made from the bottom up as opposed to the top down, right? Essentially, that the people in control of the party and the state would be from the workers and not from, say, landowners or the ruling class, right? Of the bourgeoisie or of like, you know, the petty bourgeoisie, even. Like, it is essentially a highlight to show you how Kautsky is looking at the optics of it, that people are told they can vote and participate in this democracy, even though they have, you know, lots of different parties that implement these things. Lenin contrasts it by saying that the real aim for progress and the will of the majority can be manufactured and developed through this one party system in Russia, and in fact must be done in such a way because the dictatorship, um, again, is a class concept. Dictatorship of the proletariat is speaking from class. It is not talking about an individual, right? So while Kautsky is highlighting the optics and confusing the class and individual substance of dictatorship, like again, to the point of using the literal definition of dictatorship, he shows that he misses the sort of understanding of what's happening here, right? He's just saying that by being told you get the choice to vote on a lot of parties, you are given the same amount of, you're given pure democracy that is not shown in the same way uh, through a one party state. Lenin's counter to this is essentially saying that even though it is a one party system, it is implementing the will of the majority by being a sort of like workers' own state and workers' controlled party, that there are very low chances for the bourgeoisie to be able to co opt or take control of the state in the same way that uh, would be required of them to continue their power, right? If I had to summarize it a little neater, I would simply say Kautsky is obsessed with the optics of how voting every 4 years for an option of parties is democracy. Lenin contrasts it by saying, we are implementing the will of the people on the ground through this one party system, right? We know that workers make up the majority of society, that progress to things like, say, universal suffrage, as Kautsky would highlight, or say universal health care or education reform or land reform, these things are inherently the majority's will, right? That is his point. Let me know if this makes sense. Um, this indispensable characteristic, the necessary condition of dictatorship, is the forcible suppression of the exploiters as a class, and consequently the infringement of pure democracy, i.e., of equality and freedom in regard to that class. This is the way, the only way, the question can be put theoretically. And by failing to put the question thus, Kautsky has shown he opposes the Bolsheviks not as a theoretician, but as a sycophant of the opportunists and the bourgeoisie. In which countries, and given what national features of capitalism, democracy for the exploiters will be in one or another form restricted, wholly or in part, infringed upon, is a question of the specific national features of this or that capitalism, of this or that revolution. See, again, it's the conditions that you are applying. You are applying Marxist theory to, right? You have to work with what you have. The theoretical question is different. Is the dictatorship of the proletariat possible without infringing democracy in relation to the exploiting class? It is precisely this question, the only theoretically important and essential one, that Kautsky has evaded. He has quoted all sorts of passages from Marx and Engels, except those which bear on this question, and which I've quoted above. Kautsky talks about anything you like, about everything that is acceptable to liberals and bourgeois Democrats, and does not go beyond their circle of ideas. But he does not talk about the main thing, namely, the fact that the proletariat cannot achieve victory without breaking the resistance of the bourgeoisie, without forcibly suppressing its adversaries. And that where there is forcible suppression, where there is no freedom, there is, of course, no democracy. This Kautsky has not understood. We shall now examine the experience of the Russian Revolution and that divergence between the Soviets of deputies and the Constitution Assembly, which led to the dissolution of the latter and to the withdrawal of the franchise from the bourgeoisie. So a great way to talk about this, that Lenin's point leads to here, that because we are in a system of bourgeois democracy there, and we have been in a very long for a very long time, there's a level of like, I don't even know how this could change, and that people have internalized, right? And that is not just necessarily for people who are poor or just workers, but for the ruling class as well, right? I've told this story of the Chinese Civil War in the past, when Chiang Kai-shek was doing the bandit encirclement campaigns, essentially trying to destroy the communists. Um, the communists were like essentially almost entirely destroyed. But one method that resulted in the communists kind of having a second wind from the people is they would be willing to do these, like, they would talk about their ideas and what they're fighting for. They would move on to a different region, and then the nationalists from the KMT would, like, they were essentially trying to do a sort of bourgeois revolution themselves, right? They want more rights for the landowners and democracy across the board, as opposed to just uh, a monarchist state, right? Chiang Kai-shek uh, worked a lot with a lot of corrupt landowners, and there were a lot of cases where peasants would be sort of in a position of having to fight for the communists, even though they didn't necessarily have the drive to go out and fight for them. But the other option was Chiang Kai-shek's boys were not happy about the fact that these peasants, even temporarily, stopped working on their farms. Because again, this is under serfdom, right? This is a form of serfdom where these peasants would work the land, and that was how they paid for rent, basically, right? They were not allowed off their property without permission from the landowner that they rented from and whose land that they farmed day in and day out to make them money, right? Now picture the communists come in and say, we want to do away with all this, right? And everyone's like, well, I don't know, I don't really want to fight, I don't really want to, like, do all this shit, like, it's like we got a good thing going, you know? We got a good thing going. I mean, it's not great, but it could be better, but whatever, like, things are looking good. And the landowners were like, well, you're going to have to get back to work, and when you get back to work, you're going to be making up for all the lost time that you were fucking around outside the house and not farming, and you're going to do it double. So of course every peasant who heard that was like, what? No, dude, are you serious? Fuck no. Get the fuck out of here. This is the event I'm talking about, is about 20 years after this pamphlet in the Chinese Civil War. So even again, it's Lenin did not even fully understand how correct he was. And yes, Cuba is also a great example, right? Cuba did have a revolution, or an attempted revolution, that didn't have as much popular backing. That's not to say they were unpopular, but the average person was not going out and fighting for them, right? Like that's basically it. And the they essentially land from, I think they left Mexico and landed in Cuba, and they had like a disastrous invasion. And then after their disastrous invasion, they retreated to like the countryside and kind of like bounced between village to village in like the mountains. And they built up a very popular base from the average peasant there, because the average peasant, even if they did not necessarily understand everything that the revolutionaries were fighting for, they understood that the Batista regime was super exploitative and super cruel. I cannot even begin to describe how bad it was. That even just having people go to the villages and explain what they're thinking and what they want to do and why it's unjust, like, it created a massive popularity swing. Uh, Real quick, I always think of that. Where is that speech from Castro? In like a public center. I saw overzealots posted it. Uh Highlighted a while ago. I wish I could remember the name of it. It's like in 56 or something, or 58. Oh, maybe is it 1966? Fuck. But I forgot how many. Fidel Castro was always giving speeches, man. This one's called Cubans Demand More Executions, 1959. I don't even know if this is the right one.
In front of the presidential palace in Havana, nearly 1 million people,
Yes,
which
this
is
is
just
it.
about the whole population of this capital city, gathered at the bidding of their new leader, Fidel Castro. The summary courts-martial and executions of Batista followers have brought criticisms from abroad, especially America. Castro wanted to know how his countrymen felt on the subject, and the hysterical reception shows that Cubans would support just about anything he did. Dr. Castro, a 32-year-old lawyer, has recently banned the Roman holiday-type trials at the local sports stadium. He certainly displays great eloquence and a powerful personality.
Se han encontrado con que la revolución cubana sabe también pelear y ganar batallas en este campo.
It looks as if the chances of the ex-president's followers are not worth a cupful of burnt sugar. Despite
I mean, look, when I talk about, yes, like when I talk about like the Korean War and stuff like that, right? What does this say? Cuban mothers want to see the execution of murderers that brought our children to death. Like, this is one part. This is one part where I think a lot of even Americans do not quite understand the sort of constant contempt towards collaborators from these states. And a lot of these collaborators from these states were protected by the United States, or they were used by the United States when as like essentially a puppet. So understand that, let's just say there's a little more with what Lenin's talking about than anything else, right? Is this it? What is this one? Fidel Castro in 1979 condemning Israeli treatment of Palestinians.
Para los países no
For the
alineados,
non-aligned
la
countries,
cuestión de
the question of
Palestina
Palestine is at heart,
es la médula del
at the heart of
problema
the
del
Middle East
Oriente Medio.
problem.
La base de la
The
paz
basis of just
justa en
peace
la
in the region
región
begins with the total
comienza por la retirada total e
withdrawal
incondicional
of
de
Israel from
Israel
all occupied Arab
de
territories,
todos los territorios árabes ocupados
and implies for
y
the
supone
Palestinian
para el
people the
pueblo
return of all their
palestino
occupied
la
territories
devolución de todos sus territorios ocupados y la
and the
recuperación de
recovery
sus
of their
derechos
inalienable
nacionales
national rights,
inalienables, incluido el
including the
derecho del
right to
retorno a
return
su
to their
patria,
homeland,
a la libre
self-determination,
determinación
and
y al
establishment
establecimiento de
of
un
an
Estado
independent
independiente en Palestina
state
de
in
conformidad con
Palestine
la
pursuant to
resolución 3236
UN
de la
General Assembly
Asamblea
Resolution
General.
3236. This is the that is the one that I was telling you guys about that the UN did in 1947 that separated Israel and Palestine. That Israel literally before the I'm sorry, I got distracted by this is a TikTok video. How what? Sorry, I don't know why that got me. It's the UN the UN thing that he's talking about is the separation of Palestine and Israel from the UN assembly that Israel immediately breaks, and that's what causes the Nakba. Even for this is 1979, so uh I don't think that the Nakba was fully discovered yet. Um the shift with theory over the Nakba and stuff happens in like the 80s with the new historians. It could be beginning with around this time, but yes. The TikTok socialist. This guy's name is actually Your Commie Dad is his name. All right. We did a little reading. We did a little chit-chatting. We did some theory. Hold on. How long is this one? It's been a while. Well, I'll read up on that one before we continue. So let's play some video game. Here, I'm gonna de-Yoda for now. I really like the stream format. No meme streamer. Thank you. It is kind of like just what I used to do with fighting games, you know? Talking about theory. Fighting game theory. Are you familiar? Are you only familiar with Lenin, or are you going to branch out? I will branch out. It's just I I am I'm thinking of it as like um I want to focus on subjects that are most relevant today. And a lot of it is in the terminology of like socialist theory, right? Cuz like the reason why I chose this one about the proletarian revolution, the renegade Kautsky, is essentially to discuss the inner workings of democracy and like what does make a democracy, because I think right now there is a vibe about say your democratic vote not feeling so you know, why is she messing up her hair to seem weird and quirky? Is she trying to yes, that is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to look, I'm just like you guys. Look, I'm just like you guys. It's actually that if I don't shake my hair violently after I wear a headset, my head becomes flat, or my hair becomes flat. Yeah, she's just like me for real. But basically I just feel like it's a good thing to talk about for understanding the theory. Um I want to be able to inform some people on stuff like this. Not because I think you should go out and do a revolution tomorrow, but I think it's good to become informed about this sort of stuff, right? I think this sort of stuff is just very relevant and noteworthy for today, right? Especially because um especially because um especially because there is a lot of examples of feeling disconnected with your elected officials, right? Because I mean, what Kautsky talks about here is true, and it's something that does happen today, right? Like, we do have universal suffrage for the most part in a lot of like liberal democratic republics, right? The issue now, though, is not about suffrage, but it's about, oh, my politicians never respect me. Oh, my politicians never listen to me. Oh, my politicians don't hear me out or want to do anything, right? Like, there's that. And that's the basis for Karl Kautsky's argument, right? Like, oh, we have universal suffrage. Everybody can vote. You have all these options of parties. And mind you, he is talking from Germany. So they did have the options of a lot more parties at the time, right? It's just I mean, they had more parties, but it did not change the inner workings of things, right? So I'll let you and like think about it from that point on, right? No, I know. Don't worry, Fred. I get you. I had one of my elected officials knock on my door the other day and then proceed to tell me that my problems weren't really problems and for me to vote for him. Yes, exactly. It's always just like, well, just 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 vote for us and things will go good. Just vote for us. We're working on it. We're working on it. Oh, you want more money? Just wait for the war to end, you know? I mean, that is the problem with liberal democracy today. It's why Trump has been able to become like so powerful for the right in America, right? It's because the there is not much left for you to say, right? You can't just say like, well, just wait for this war to be over and money will go back to normal, right? Just wait for this to happen. Like once we get Trump out of office, everything will be better. Like there's nothing like that they can do anymore. In fact, they tried it and it got ignored twice. It's because they are unwilling to deal with the roots of these issues, right? And it also it's joined with the fact that when you have somebody who's saying just wait a little longer and things will be fine, and then you have someone who's like, well, this shit sucks, fuck this is bullshit, I'm gonna fix things, like you could argue that a lot of the time it is just it is the optics purely that they're working off of, right? And that does create a bit of a problem for like on an individual level, right? And this is why I kind of find the cultural analysis kind of fascinating, right? Um it's like it's easy to look at the momentum Democrats had for the last like I mean it's mostly through Obama, right? And how when people wanted like a step up from Obama, right? They got Clinton and then Trump wins, they run again, they get Biden again. And nothing changes. It's the whole thing. It's the same thing no matter what, right? And I think Biden to Trump has shown that maybe egregiously to why a lot of people are building like class consciousness like on a small scale nowadays because when you see two different parties say the same thing in different ways but continue to do the same shit regardless despite their posturing, you get you have two options. You can be Karl Kotsky and be like, well, it's an abnormality. Trump's an abnormality and all these things. Or you can analyze the roots of it and be like, well, this guy's been in power for a long time and he's not doing anything to change things. Like Canada had a little bit about this. But it was actually in the early 2010s with Jack Layton. Um which is unfortunate because Jack Layton has had the best results of his lifetime and then he passes to cancer. And there doesn't end up being like an NDP figure that's like on his level for party leadership, really. I'm now interested to learn more about how communist states party voting is organized. Um it does depend on the region, but just as a summary, um there is typically 4 to 5 different layers for Soviet democracy in comparison, or like communist party states, right? There typically is a local, like municipal kind of approach. There is a a wider scale of like, don't think like a province or a state, but think of how we sometimes uh we simplify a region because of how big it is, right? Like we in Canada or in Ontario, we say Toronto for a lot of things. The area surrounding it is referred to the Greater Toronto Area or the GTA. There is a sort of voting process for that kind of distinction as well, and then a provincial, and then a like a like a federal republic, and then like a party organization. Each layer has its own executive community or executive branch that it works off of. Let me say really fast that how these things turn up and change and become relevant in like in practice, like how these things actually end up turning out, they are very bureaucratic and busy, and it is because they are using the previous state to to implement their socialist ideas, right? So even though there is a very generalization of how they try to expand the ability to vote on your region or your like what's around you, um these things can look very different in practice and in execution, and again is once again sort of a uh it's kind of the clash of where your country is at versus you know anything else. So even like the Lenin constitution that I was talking about for the USSR, like there is essentially like 7 to 8 different branches you can vote for. Each branch has its own committee, and that is how you essentially get well known and work your way up, right? Like you would say become a politician on your municipal level, and then maybe you'd upgrade to like your wider region, and then you'd upgrade to like your provincial or your state, and then you'd upgrade to federal, and then so on, right? And anywhere in between, you may find yourself in these executive committees. You may find yourself in specific committees dedicated to your nationality, right? Um, I will tell you right now, the difficulty of talking about the USSR is the bureaucracy of being the first state to actually implement something like this in a post, like essentially monarchist society. So, there are a lot of different ways that it shows up. There's never a big flashy voting for the president. You as a proletarian trust your vote to a politician on a local level and they defend your interests on a higher level. Yes, basically is how it goes. Just a very it's an oversimplification to a crazy degree, but yes, that is how it works. And uh this is also connected to what we were talking about yesterday with recalls, that your region would have a politician directly dedicated to working for you and your constituents, right? But there is always the ability to remove a politician at any time. There is no blocked, like, you have to wait for the next election. That's not going to happen. There's nothing like that. You are allowed to actually do recalls for politicians on any scale at any time, right? So there is actually, I didn't even know this until I double checked like some of my reading this morning, but there was actually in a case of this in like the higher ups of Soviet administration, that even in like the upper class of the party infrastructure, the workers in that department essentially unionized and ousted their boss in essentially like a higher mid to high level uh like position. So understand it's not as firm rooted for um it is that ability to be very responsive to your needs that the Soviets were very proud of, right? That's where a lot of like this animosity towards Kautsky comes from, is because Kautsky looks at the USSR and says, how could this be democratic, right? And then Lenin's like, you can literally vote for somebody and then you can be like, I don't like this guy. He's not doing stuff for us. He's not advocating for what we want down here, right? Like he's off doing something else. He's voting for some other bill. He's not, we didn't vote for him for this. You can get rid of him, right? That is the root of it. But again, another issue with kind of discussing the USSR that is a little sad is because it's so big and it's so like, again, multicultural, and like there were a lot of issues with how, like, a lot of decentralized like actions where you would have like Bolsheviks in, I don't know, like bumfuck nowhere acting on their party's accord, who were just like kind of corrupt because there was no ideological commitment, right? Um so there are a lot of weird, like, there is a clash constantly between the theoretical implementations of these things and the reality, but the root of Soviet democracy was the flexibility of it, of the being willing to, like, you don't like this politician, we can take him back, we can get another politician that would be preferred, right? What's up, Gabby? I'm sorry to say, but I'm about to play a video game. Yes, the Animal Farm. Yeah, I guess in some way, um, like the aspects of Animal Farm that are true are the fact that it's so decentralized, right? But like at the top for like Lenin and a lot of the Bolsheviks, they did receive some rights that were weird. Like, I'll give you an example. A lot of Bolsheviks in the early government did not have a actual political writing tied to them. They had they were essentially just given a position in government due to their own prominence, right? But I think for a vast majority of them, uh, it didn't really matter because, again, you have to remember where they were versus where they came from. I learned recently that the Bolsheviks' rise to power was tied to a political assassination by the socialists. Um, I don't remember off the top of my head. I mean, it's probably true. There were a lot of like, when socialists had a lot of strength, there were a lot of cases where dudes would get, you know, I mean, like Gramsci's a great example. Antonio Gramsci, he, there was an assassination that got pinned on him, and he just kind of, uh, he was just kind of like, what? I didn't do anything. And then he got arrested. Oh, Sergei Romanov. Um, the Sergei Romanov. Oh, I think I know which one you're talking about. You're talking about yes, yes. You're talking about the 1905 revolution. You're talking about the 1905 revolution. Yes. I did a video on this actually. Uh I did a video on this actually maybe a year ago. Gramsci's just such a great example because he was the Italian Communist Party leader. Yes, so 1905 was a very weird time for just revolution in general. The 1905 revolution is actually born out of a priest. It's a priest with a lack of, I mean, it's essentially a priest that goes in to talk to the czar at the czar's palace with like a massive group of protesters, and the in like with no sort of like animosity or negativity. The priest is like, hello, we are like, servants of the czar. We trust in the czar, but we want to make it known to the czar that we have like issues with survival. We can barely afford food. We can barely afford like land. We can barely afford anyone or anything, right? And the palace guards shot and killed a lot of the protesters, and that directly begins a massive anti-czarist movement in Russia at the time. There are a lot of stuff that comes out of it, but that is like considered the big, like the centerpiece of it, because the priest was like, like when Lenin or the Bolsheviks argued from a class perspective, there were a lot of people who were like, I don't really get it. It's not really something I understand. It's nerd shit. But from like a priest, right, there was a lot more of like, this guy has the well-being of all of us in mind. He's a holy priest that who dedicated himself to Christ, right? Like stuff like that. And they didn't give a fuck. And that's considered like the start of it all, right? Notia classic title bait. What? Title bait? She's still reading theory. Well, it says Kalidi lecture plus noita, not noita only. Right? It's I think we got to read the first part to get to the second part, And if we don't read the first part to get to the second part, then how could we continue to the third? I just didn't think you had the stamina. Oh, I'm different now. I mean, you guys got to remember, I love talking about history. Why do you think I was talking about history when I was playing Strive? It's not because I'm purely mentally ill. Oh, wait, this is, yeah, I was reading for 4 hours back, yesterday. We went through two little readings. Play me in Guilty Gear? I'm retired. I'm retired from fighting games. Yes, I can yap when it comes to politics and history. I love politics and history. I'm not competitive. No. I mean, I don't mean like I'm retired from competition. I mean, I'm retired from video games, or not from video games, but from fighting games. I don't even play them. I haven't played fighting games in quite a while. When was the last time I played Strive for a Palestinian charity in August, I think, and that was the last time I played. So I'm done. You played 2XKO, didn't you? I did, but that was before. Wait, you can read more theory. I just didn't want you to burn out. You didn't want me to burn out? This is my neurodivergent fixation. I love talking about this shit. Like, you guys gotta remember, I'm even from fighting games, you gotta remember, I'm from the nerd class. I'm a nerd. Yes, you gotta trust the ADHD. I don't even, I can't control it. I need this shit destroyed. What? What is this? I love talking about history stuff. There's so much stuff to learn. There's so much stuff to learn. I love shit like that. I take nerds over geeks? Is there a difference? Wait, are we voring for the lava? Are we what? Ugh! Dude, I'm in Shrek Swamp. You've never seen Freaks and Geeks? No, I'm just both those things. Thank you for doing it, streamer. I so rarely find anyone to yap to. I love talking about it. I could do this shit all day, dude. I could go for hours. But I just want to help. I like being able to both talk about it to get you guys a little more informed. But also I just like talking about it. I like talking about theory. Look, you don't become a real Marxist unless you're a real fucking nerd. Don't call yourself a freak. It's unbecoming. I call you guys freaks, though. And that's not unbecoming. Call us freaks instead. I do. You guys are my freaks. My 50 freaks. I mean, I've always run off that theory, right? You should always be making content for your 30 freaks. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, even if you, like, even some, like, organizations dedicated to Marxist theory, some of them aren't on their A game anymore, you know? Lots of trots these days. Not even trots, but I just mean, like, I'm thinking, like, I mean, I'm going back to Gramsci. It's literally just, like, when I think of Pete Buttigieg, right? Pete Buttigieg's dad was the leader of the Antonio Gramsci Society in America. Buttigieg. No, not right now. Not right now, Scrunley. Not right now. It's not later. I like this wand I got. This is a cool wand. It's the keg. Oh, you want me to add this? What is this? This sucks. This emote sucks. Are you serious? You want me to add this? Freaky? Hold on, look at this. This emote sucks. You want me to add this? Oh, it's called Fiki. You want me to add this face? All right. We need one with a rocket? Yeah. Please add O to the emote. Does Rocket go for your toes now? She does. She loves licking my nose as well. Shit. They did ping pong on me. This one. That's 7 TV. I don't do that. Beaky. I love history. Okay, let's slow down. I gave the little shit posters the Lenin cat. You can't use the Fiki against me. Licking toes and drinking bathwater. Yeah. Literally, after I came out of the shower earlier and I started the stream, I went to go put my towel back after I was done drying my hair. Rocket was in the shower staring at me. I'm like, oh, you caught me. Rocket is like the little homunculus. Rocket is like the little homunculus the scientist made its smiling friends. Don't boom. Don't fire. Don't fire! Does your ferret have dens around the home? Yes, a lot of them. She likes collecting, what's it called? Plushies, especially. And shoes. She likes collecting shoes, and she likes collecting the soles out of my shoes. Am I on drugs? What is this? Yeah, I guess she really is a big foot fiend, huh? Oh yeah. She's cute. That's how we'll walk it. I will walk it. I will walk it. We will walk, 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 walk. Can you hit a Waluigi? Wah? I'm not really much of a Waluigi. I'm more of a Wario. How much money do I have? 60? What is this? No more knockback. Perk lottery. Angry ghost. Oh, I want an angry ghost. Me and the ghost. Yeah, Wario is cool. He's that guy. You strike me more of a Mr. L. Do I? Interesting. God damn it. Equal to Kirk Penning. Alright. I have a question for the Americans in chat. When you read some of the Finnish names of monsters in this game, do you have a stroke? How does it feel? Does it just look like gibberish to you? We don't know how to read. No, I taught you guys already. I'm not reading them. What? Romola loves capitalist Wario. I am gonna win! I don't got it like I used to. The name just becomes TV static midway through. I love that. That is how I feel reading English sometimes. Or is that ADHD? Sometimes I read something and I'm like, this is going on too long. Skip dialogue. That's ADHD. Well, it's an issue just because Finnish names are very long, usually. I have anti-gravity. Lock in. No, I'm never locking in. Stuck in work too long to catch theory lecture. People sad. Just in time to catch funny voice. People happy. Thank you, Kate. I'm sorry you couldn't catch theory, but I do want to be consistent with talking about theory. I think it's a little fun. It's a little fun thing to do. And it's probably the most productive leftist adjacent thing I can do on the internet. You know? So why don't we get a little nerdy with it? Huh? Why don't we get a little geeky, a little freaky? Oh, is freaky, freak, and geeky at the same time? Is that the whole point? I don't think so. Well, missed opportunity. Geeky for the theory. That's awful. Thoughts on Chainsaw Man? I like that you have Chainsaw Man to thank for the mild revival of Maximum the Hormone. And that's about it. I put you down as a reference, Romola. Don't let me down. You're gonna make someone call me? Oh my god. I hate that they did some AI bullshit. Oh, I didn't even know. That's sad. I gave your business email, the one you check all the time. I don't think I've checked my business email in like... I mean, it's been a while. It's been a long time. But I mean, look, nobody's sending me shit. What are they gonna do? Who's sending me stuff when I'm talking about theory? That's why you missed the Hassan collab? No. What? What happened? I didn't even know what happened. Am I gonna make the gamer chatters mad if I ask if this is tryhard Terraria? It is tryhard Terraria. It is. This is like, oh, I can't grow. Wait, didn't I say that? I think I said that. And I feel like maybe I just thought it, and I was like, I shouldn't say that because it would hurt their feelings. I feel like I did say that. I feel like I said, this is like try hard Terraria because you don't have to build. But maybe I just thought it. This is like Terraria for all the people that are like, get rid of that scrub, the scrub shit. The scrub farming shit. It's new, it's for noobs. She hates video games. I never said that. I feel like even if, well, that's not true. I was gonna say even if Hassan asked to collab with me, I probably would not do it. But I think I would enjoy the nerd out. I just like discussing. Who is that? Dude, what? Stop. Stop. No more worms. No, I didn't mean to do that shit. He was asking if you wanted to go to Cuba. Oh. I mean, I would have went. Cuba seems like a nice place. It is a great place. It's just a shame about the 60 years of sanctions. Fox News would have loved you. Oh, they would have, for sure. You know, I would be on every Fox News show, and they'd be like, the trans socialists coming to take your guns, or some shit like that. And then they probably get some clip from my stream where I say something that looks pretty bad. And, yeah. They would call you a communist. I mean, yeah. They call everybody a communist, though. Are you planning on stealing my copy of Gun on 360? No, I'm only coming to steal Gun Z, the duel. I mean, I know it's a buzzword for the right, but that doesn't matter to me. It's like, what? Like, when they say stuff like that, like, I don't know, they're using the intimidation of the association, you know? But like, I don't care about that. I call myself a Marxist. A mysterious darkness lingers in this place. I'm stuck. How did I get stuck here? Hold on, what is this? Yeah, like, I mean, what? You're gonna say I'm a communist and I want to give people health care? What? You're gonna make people scared of me because I want to give them health care? Because I lived in Canada and I saw how much universal health care can help compared to America? Go ahead. Make my day. You can't communist away the worsening conditions. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why I'm talking about this theory right now, you know? I mean, there's just a lot of ways to put it. I just don't care too much because I think for the average, for the super, like, MAGA hog brain, like, I don't know, they're not really engaging with politics either. Or yeah, how about free college, huh? Forget your debt. Forgive your debt. What's 1 trill off the board? Shit, they would have used that in Iran in like a week. How much would that be? What is it, like what? 2 to 3 trillion? Don't burn, unburn, on fire. I'm going to adjust Romola for inflation. You've been saying a lot of stuff like that recently, Scruntly. First, it's you want to be the booty judge. Now you're adjusting me for inflation. Looking desperate never does favors to your desirability. Why don't we inflate my ego? Why don't we do that, huh? What if I come back to fighting games and I'm like, actually, I'm the best ever, and I'm not going to teach anyone shit because you're children. And I just shit myself. You said Bill Booty Judge, or whatever his name is. No, you said you want to be the booty judge. I saw that. And then you said, I put you on my resume. Please respond. Rough estimate would be 5 to 6 trillion for debt relief. Yeah, well, they would put that towards the Iranian war. Here's my political stance. 5 to 6 million or trillion for debt relief or for the Iranian war. I'll let you decide. Also, I'm on fire, and this is what politics looks like if you don't stop. Come on, man. What do you expect to say to that? They're gonna be like, well, darn. You know, we've been dealing with Iran for like 7 or 8 million years, haven't we, folks? Can you solo queue for Deadlock for 6 hours without talking? No. Fuck no. God damn it. Oh. I thought that was gonna kill me. Return. Energy sealed. Luminous drill. That sounds Hanto Kakoi, you know? You've never heard that one before. Nothing. Don't worry about it. Just my Nihongo is pretty good. Ooh. I'm like The Last of Us. Ooh, the duck. God damn it. Stop that. Romola reminds me of the girls who ran away with Dan and Phil shirts, but more chill. I'm just a goth lady. Oh, let's go. I got my fun guys, and I got my ghosts. Here's a stream you can watch. LOL. I hate that shit always makes me laugh. It's just so, it's so pathetically lazy. I just cannot stop every time. Scrunt made an amazing discovery. Really? No, it's not even pee and poop jokes. It's literally just saying LOL. It reminds me of when I was like, it reminds me of being very young, trying to speak English. All right. You gotta give Scruntley some grace. Did you see the 7-way street posted in general? No, I didn't. You added LOL to all your sentences? No, it's a level of awkwardness that I find amusing, that I associate with discomfort or lack of comfort. But I know, where am I? But I know that that's not the appeal or the reason why Plain Songs does it. It's just because I laugh every time because I have that mental image tied to it. So then when I end up laughing at it, everyone just thinks I'm laughing at a piss joke, but I'm actually laughing at the socioeconomic conditions that led us here. That's all. Yeah, post that. Okay, nerd. No, don't call me that. Don't call me that. I'm the champ. Fuck. God damn it, dude. It is pushes you in a locker and asterisks. It's from a lost time when people would put an asterisk, sits right beside you, looks at you, and says, hey. I miss that. I am too brolic for that, and don't you forget it. Hold on. Don't you forget it. Loot get. Yeah, loot get. You know, I was thinking, they don't even say delete Rule 32 anymore. They just say upgrade to Windows 11. That's how I know culture's shifting. Can you push some politicians into an empathy locker? I would. The day that I'm elected as a politician... I forgot what I was gonna say. Probably wasn't important. The point is, I'm doing politics the right way. Streamer, please make voting faster. Why? I don't want that. That shit, it's already hard enough. I barely know how to play this game. And you guys are like, let's send the worm after her. Like sickos. How about the worm today? What about the alcohol trail? Yoda. Yeah, I figured it was because I was getting too overwhelmed. I like inflicting pain. Well, that's great, Fred, but I don't like receiving pain. So we have a problem. My dialectic, our dialectic relationship is currently clashing. I did the worm in first grade and got sent home. Really? That actually makes me so sad for you, Scruntley. I think that may be the most emotional I've been made on stream in a while. That's not fair. No, 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 no. Dodge. Dodge. Dodges you. 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 Poor Scruntley. Fucking... The worm? I'm pissed. God damn it. White boy does worms so bad gets sent home. That's actually fucked up though. In first grade? That's demented. If your teacher's like, all right, Scruntley, all right, Scruntley, stop that, stop, just go home. That's fucked up. Don't laugh. It's okay. It reminds me of my rival in first grade, Damien, who went to school on April Fool's Day with his shirt on backwards, and he was bragging to the whole class about how everybody got caught that they didn't notice his shirt was on backwards. Which, like, let's be honest, that's bullshit. I never got fooled. No, I did not get caught. That's wrong. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! What was that? I don't know why, but I just imagined a commercial for Hades 2 playing after that. Hades 2 really available now, you know, like that. It just felt very appropriate. Come on, boom that shit. Boom that shit. My mechanic friend deflated my tires at school, so I gave him a bike pump and said, start pumping. That's awesome. You know, this game's grown on me. As hard as it is, I'm quite enjoying it. Hold on, I'm getting overwhelmed. I'm starting to hate it. Alright. I like it. Hey, Max's bird, too. Do you get a natural buff playing this because I'm Finnish? Probably not. In fact, it may make me worse. Because I think about, like... I mean, I think about the Nake. There's real trauma in here. Come on, stop. Jump. Alright, alright, alright. 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 I just have this playing in my ear when I work. I just got jump scared by my own name. Well, what do they say? Welcome to the family. Great song by A Day to Remember. Luki. Oh, look! I want. Yes, I want Luki. Do you understand why I am the way I am when my folklore has shit like this? They do things differently in Eastern Europe. Don't do that. All right. That can burn it. Shit's crazy in Eastern Europe. Yeah, it is. People underestimate how it is in Eastern Europe. It's like, dude. Come on. Streamer is stinky. Give her the shower. What? I just showered like 2 hours ago. I mean, I guess 2.5 hours ago. Looky. There's my guy. You showered? You showered before streaming? Yes, I did. Wait, he can pick up the wand? Wait. You can just do that? So anybody can get the wand in this fuck of an earth, huh? That was a short shower. Well, I had a long shower. Has she played this before? I played like effectively 20 minutes of this game in my life. A wand is a tool, and anyone can give it, given the proper instructions. Yeah, but like, I don't know, like, usually you don't see like enemies pick up swords in games and like be like, you know what? I have beef and I have poultry. I guess I need a knife, and then they start fighting. What am I at? 135? I don't need a new wand. Who are you? Another homunculus. Trick greed. You bleed flammable gas. No, I want a homunculus. Don't they do that in Fallout? They do. I mean, it's not common though, right? That's not like super common. Dude, what the hell is going on? Like, if you're fighting somebody in Call of Duty, they don't just like pick up an M4 off the ground and go like, you know what, this is on the ground and I hate you or something, right? Like, they don't do that. What is a chatter but a homunculus? Is that true? Who are you? What? What is going on? I need money. Yeah. Give me that. Get him. I feel like in Elder Scrolls or some games like it. Fuck. Minas fire. Fuck. I boomed myself. I feel like that happens in Elder Scrolls or some other game like it. Like, you kill a dude and an NPC runs up and takes their sword before you can and starts swinging. I feel like, no, Mina, that's like me in Finnish. It's like saying I burned myself with my fire. Wait, there's a chest? Wait, what? This was here the whole time? Have I been playing on hard mode this whole time? I've never seen it happen. Has Deadlock just taken over the world? I mean, a lot of people are playing it right now. Maybe it's a pity chest. That's a pity chest. That means no. Okay, now I'm starting to get concerned. There's a lot of these around here. Is it just saying I'm bad? I just got so far. Fuck, I'm on fire. I need like TF2 burn lines, like, ah, hot, hot. I don't know. I know a lot of people have been feeling Deadlock, but I don't know. I think for me, I just played so many MOBAs in my life that I think about it, I'm just like, Jesus. Seems like work. Although I do like the vampire lady, I gotta give him that. It's a sign from Jesus. She's so lame. But she has the aesthetic. Why won't you boom? Huh? FGC to deadlock pipeline? I can't do that. Her design is mid at best. No, 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 no. You guys aren't getting it. It's about the goth representation. She gets shot once and Mary Poppins away. I love that, though. What is better to a goth girl than being annoying and then flying away? So any representation is good representation. I never said that. That was not said. She's a goth brat that you have to catch with disables or she turns into fucking bats and leaves. Yeah. Dude, do you not know who I am? What do you think the whole purpose of this stream has been? I'm just waiting to fly away with my umbrella. Well, this guy is he's mad. Look at him. He's mad. As someone whose special interest is early mid 20th century art and design, I'm kind of miffed by some of the character design choices, but I will keep my voice down about it. No, you can speak your truth. Speak your truth, King. There's a reason why they call it Return of the King, Lord of the Rings. What should I always cast? They buffed the umbrella this patch. Do you guys remember who I told you I played when the game first came out? Like I tried it a bit, like what, 2 years ago? Do you remember the character I told you I played? Paradox. I played Lash. And it was literally just like all you do is two things. And it's basically going really high and then going really low. You're basically the Democratic Party. Did you see how brolic they made Lash's design? No. Getting high and feeling bad? No. Going really high and then going really low. And that's it. No in between. When they go high, we go low. You probably... No, it's because I like characters that have a lot of mobility, but also I like characters that have scaling, especially like on like a very good scaling with one ability that they can dedicate themselves to. You know what I mean? Lash's Q when I played was basically just that. Did you see the horse? No. I have not played in like 2 years. I basically played for like a month. If even. Maybe a week. And I was just like, I'm just playing Dota all over again. Eat the flower. Come on, boom that shit. Boom it. Pokemon Go to the polls. Grr. Pokemon Go polls. Grr. Voting. Grr. Grr. Don't tell me Lash is about to do some, like, archaic, like, look at my horse is amazing. Like, you know? Don't tell me Valve did it again. Ah! Fuck. They did? Wait, really? Why do you always burn yourself? It's because you guys drop like a nuke of stuff on me. And then I get overwhelmed and then I lose track of everything.
Valve gave Lash a brand new parry animation. As you can see, Lash now has quite a unique parry in which he'll thrust his chest forward, bouncing everyone back with his pecs of steel, alongside reloading his arm as a nice little idle animation after pulling off a parry. You can see he's got his sparkles back as well, so everything is coming up the Lash. Overall, I think this is a great thematic addition to the character and suits his style.
Can I say something a little controversial? I hate videos like this so much. I don't know why. I have no reason to, but I just can't. I hate videos about small changes. I don't want micro shorts. I want long detailed videos. I feel like every time this happens, it's like, I hate this. It's not nerdy enough for me. And that's all it is. Every time, man. Oh, I don't like it. You didn't read half the book. You can see when she hates stuff because her smile goes crazy. What does that mean? Her smile goes crazy. The Cheshire... What? The Cheshire Cat grin. No! Romola, when are we getting on Summoner's Rift? Alright, let's relax. That plus her $5.99 laugh. Classic. I mean, I do need more subs, so make sure to subscribe. Whoa. Dude. You are such a little shit, Mr. Green. Does she still have a crush on set? Or is she over it? I don't know. I mean... Riot's in the doghouse after the firings. I mean, he's hot. What do you want me to say? He's just a hot guy. Enough of this getting on my case, comrades. What is this revolutionary fervor I'm seeing in here? Girl, the boycott. Is there a League of Legends boycott? I mean, I haven't played, I'm just saying. January 6th. What does that have to do with anything? Why is it that every time League of Legends comes up on this broadcast, it's always talking about I was playing League of Legends during January 6th? What do you want me to say? Just throw me in jail if that's what you... Just throw me in jail. I would rather that than be reminded of it. Who are you playing? I was playing Singed. I love Singed. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's so disgusting. What? You hate a guy that runs away from fighting? You encourage that? You condone that? I love a man who runs away from situations. What is this? More blood. Tinker with wands everywhere. Explosion immunity. I feel like I should take this, but I also want more blood. Your E621 tab is open on your browser. What does that mean? Feels roomy in here. Cool. You know who doesn't run from a fight? The Briav warriors at the Capitol. Fake furry. Sad face. Well, I mean, I've told you guys. I mean, I'm look. What do you want me to say? You guys know I've been team furry. When they were out, when you guys were at those anime conventions doing centrism over furries, I was out there saying, why does everyone hate furries? What the fuck's wrong with you? I'm like, I don't know, I think we should remember that. I saw you at the convention. You said, bring the yaoi paddle. And I said, no, don't do that. I used to go to a lot of anime conventions. Quite often, actually. I used to cosplay, in fact. That's how I have the story of me with fake tits in a Sonico cosplay punching a Nazi at an unpopular opinions panel. God damn it, I hate worm. 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 Oh yeah, and the... What? Why is he here? Oh my god. Dude, what the fuck? Where is he? What? Dude, what the fuck is happening, man? I got fucking Skillington the Mage over here. Oh my god. This sucks. Freeze him. Freeze him good. Unfreeze. Unfreeze. Misfreeze. Mr. Freeze. Clean. Alright. Good work. Nice. How much money do I have? I have nothing. All-seeing eye. Gold is forever. Hungry ghost. I like the hungry ghost. Why are you attracted to danger? I'm not attracted to danger. I'm the opposite. I'm attracted to having no problems whatsoever. Hungry ghost, Pico. Don't make me go look at some fucking politics news. I'm no more dangerous than your average chatter, people. Happy? Well, I'm glad you're happy, Scruntly. Come on, stop that. Stop that. Stop. 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 Runky. Runky. Who's rookie of the year? Can I put myself? I'm new to this guessing stuff. I'm new to sports. No, I am a rookie. I'm new to this. God damn it. You're using the worm again? I'm not updating the timer. I'll give you best sixth woman. Best sixth woman. Best sixth woman. Well, I mean, at least I'm on the list. I'm not picky about what ranking I have. I mean, shit. Nobody remembers 0 or number 1 from Bleach. Arankar. Arankar. They only remember the girl that's there. Fuck. Yeah. Grim George Jaeger. Ramola is the Jamal Crawford of streamers. I don't even know what that means. But I know the sports head are like, whoa, you did not just say that. No way, no way. 2 touchdowns in 1 game or whatever the fuck. No way. The stream, that's my streamer. She's got like 100 touchdowns. What is this one? Sea of Alcohol. Double scatter spell. How about concentrate? What is that? Warning, this one doesn't have mana for Sea of Alcohol. Oh, it needs more? Alright. Just keep going. I'm in the coal pits. I just know in an ironic way Romola would be good at fantasy football. In an ironic way? What if I was unironic about it? What if I was like, let's do it? Like, unironically. Can you do NBA Smash or Pass but not sexual? No, I'm tired of Smash Pass games now. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Come on. My screen's just shaking violently. This is like how it feels to be nauseous when you don't want to be nauseous. Key detail, you do not want to be nauseous. It's different than just like, you know, if you're like, oh, I'm nauseous. Suck. It's like, oh, I really don't want to be nauseous right now. That's the feeling. Stop that. All right. Thoughts on opening day tomorrow? For sports? Do you know what I'm most in? You know what the real question for me is? For sports? I want to see the average person talk about sports betting more. I'm trying to hear some testimonies against it. I have recently, I know we've talked about sports betting before, but I really cannot state enough. I did not understand the extent of like how bad it is until I saw American TV in how consistently, I mean, it's betting in general, right? Like it's like it is crazy that people are betting on like will we have a nuclear strike on Iran? Like that's fucking crazy. Yeah, Kalshi, that's it. Kalshi bets. That is insane. Polymarket is a late-stage capitalism at its most toxic. Neon. Why do you keep posting the piss? What is this? E-projectile repulsion field. Breathless. Extra perk. Give me the extra perk. No! No, 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 no. Oh, I'm not fucking around with this one anymore. Do not try me if you're gonna be in Holy Mountain. Gambling had more soul when you had to do it illegally. I think even if it, I think the problem is that this is basically like illegal gambling, parentheses, like, I don't know, like in the year 500. Romola, all of Aqua Teen Hunger Force is on YouTube. It's time to study those impressions. Should I? I mean, the problem is, you know, AI really did blow my whole shtick out of the water. Now you can just be like, hey, AI, do the voice, and it does it. You know? How about I'll just play Millet Wild forever. Forever. Forever, Millet Wild. Okay, but here's my counter argument. It's the contents of gambling. It's what we're gambling on that's the problem. The illegal gambling was a banger. However, it was only a banger because we got to see it through Akagi. No, I mean Akagi. Akagi gambles? That's the whole point, right? Akagi, what? He goes... It's literally like he's a 17-year-old kid that walks in on, like, Mahjong. And he's like a guy's like about to lose all his money forever and be in debt forever. And this guy's like, you gotta help me, 17-year-old kid. I'm getting fucked up. And Akagi's just like, okay. And that's it. And then he wins. And it's like, whoa, he won! I'm not talking about the goddamn Hokage. I'm talking about Akagi. Where's this Nihongo at, folks? Where's the Nihongo okay? Would you want to be the Hokage? Fuck no. My whole life, you think I want responsibility? I'm the ideas girl. I'm the ideas lady. It's me. Dude, that guy actually did trick shots. Did you see that shit? That guy did fucking trick shots on me. Oh my god. Way too degen to have gambling push mainstream, and even young teens are being groomed to do so. Yeah, it is really sad. I mean, like, even the fact that, like, I don't know, the fact they do, it's crazy how quickly it became integrated after COVID. Like, I shouldn't say after COVID, but, you know, after the lockdown. Broken wand. Yeah, well, they don't like it because, like, look, when you see shit like that, and they are angry about something like Steam versus Polymarket, I mean, I wonder what the difference is, you know? Thinking emoji. I've been trying to stop doing that. I've been trying to not be like the mysterious streamer who says the mysterious line. I'm gonna just explain it. But later. Gamers are the most oppressed. Yeah, maybe I can explain class politics to gamers if I just talk about it from gamers instead of proletarians. Vampirism. Stainless armor. Homunculus. I gotta get a homunculus again. Gamergate from a Marxist lens. Yeah. What do the Marxist Leninists say about Gamergate? Question mark. It was bad. You should do a stream where you play a scary game, and then when you die, you switch to some stumble guys for a round. Fuck no. Maybe. I don't know. What's a horror game to play? I've been hankering for a horror game recently. Silent Hill F. I could finish that. But that's like less scary to me. Silent Hill F doesn't scare me. I'm just constantly in awe of Ryukishi's genius. Get down there, soldier. I don't know why I said it like that. Have you played the first Silent Hill yet? No, I don't think so. Because I only played the second, remember? Because I think last time... it wasn't last Halloween, it was the one before that. People were like, don't play number 1, it sucks. I remember that. Who said that? I don't know, but it wasn't me. What is this? Blood Cloud? Damage plus. I want the Blood Cloud. Give me the Blood Cloud. Contact damage, stronger hearts, more blood. How about more blood with the blood cling? Look at me. I listened to Slayer for the first time. Oh, I'm shot. Why would you do... The only thing that sucks about it are the tank controls. I mean, tank controls don't bother me too much. They're just like getting used to it, right? You need to play bad source engine horror games to get those Markiplier fans. I don't... Okay, I can't think like that, though. I can't think like that, though. Me, I need to go get the Markiplier streamer. The Markiplier stream watchers. Also me. Why don't we do some analysis on the bourgeois cultural leaning to do bad things? Because bad things is fun. The kids are gonna be like, where's Mark? Where's Mark? Where's 5940? The Marxist plier. I mean, if he wants to be the Marxist plier, I mean, that's fine, but I just don't think that it's for me. Marxist Markiplier market. What is this? Someone stivare. Wait. Stop that. Oh my god! It bounce. It does boomerang effects. Oh my god. I'm about to up the timer if I keep getting Stavaris. He's the shopkeeper? Oh. Alright, he can carry on then. You're not doing too hot. No, I probably should have let myself get more acquainted with the roots of the game before I opened up the option to summon worms and Stivari on me. But you know what? You know what we call this shit in Finnish? Sisu. Means we fight. Doesn't literally mean that, but like it's kind of like it kind of means that. Yeah, Sisu. Remember, Romola, what horses consider play, monkeys call business. But to Tom, it's all foolery. I haven't heard a mic drop like that in a long time. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't heard a mic drop like that in ages. Come on, destroy that shit. Who the fuck are you? I mean, to Tom, it's all foolery. I mean, shit, dude. I gasped after hearing that. It's rare you hear something that, like, just invokes such a feeling of true out of you. Romola, can you look up Sisu? Later. I don't know. I remember there's a movie called The Road of Life or something. And it's like about like a Finnish sockdem that flees fascists to the USSR, and then his whole thing is like, I got to get back. That's the one I'm thinking about. Isn't it called Road of Life? It's something like that. Sisu is like the one about the war in what is it called? Same. There are two. I didn't know that. Isn't Sisu the Finnish John Wick? Maybe. Is that really how it's presented? He's Finnish John Wick? I mean, is it against the Soviets? I will not let you give us independence anymore. No more independence. No more. Take away independence, please. Give it back. We want the monarchy. Oh, I should probably use my other stuff. Shit. Streamer, I saw a Finnish man saying that even though he is hetero, that he is an ally for all. Yeah. Well, Finland is like, I mean, I think the Nordics, it may not be the Nordics, but Finland especially, like, they're very pro gay rights. Not great on trans rights. But very good about gay rights. Independence. Yeah, well, that's how they say it, dude. I have a meeting streamer while I'm out. Fred is in charge. Thank you. If I don't have a chatter from the Ramola Black Chatters Union to check me, I don't know. I'll become white. Whiter than I am already. It's not good. Sisu wrote to, oh my god, you're not kidding. Oh, this is not the one I was thinking of. Hold on, I need to see the trailer for this. Let me see the trailer for this, and I'll show you the one that I was thinking of. I will say that Sisu can have a bit of a, like, a hog. It can have a hog connotation sometimes because it is a tied with mostly, like, the Winter War, you know? What is it? It may not be road. I think it may be saying road to life in Finnish, but it's like, you know, it's referencing like the USSR trail of life or something. I forgot what they called it. Sisu is partially inspired by the legendary Finnish sniper Simo Eha. Oh, I see. That doesn't, I mean, it doesn't really make sense, but he did kill like a lot of people with a sniper in like 3 months. And that's about it. What is it called? Yeah, 500 kills in roughly 100 days. Shit, what was it called? Road of Life, I think it is. No, it's not that. Who was he killing? A lot of Soviet soldiers. Where is it? I wish I could remember the name of this movie. It was actually like kind of a big deal. Which should tell you a lot that I remember nothing about it. Whatever. Let's just watch this for now. I can't find it. The Eternal Road. Yes, that's it. Soviet Finland border.
Yegor Dragonov, you killed hundreds of civilians, including the family of a Finnish commando who took revenge and became a legend. The legend entered Soviet Union 10 hours ago. I'm sending you to clean up your mess.
I think the legend has been homesick. Go on.
Jesus. Oh my god, this is Finnish John Wick. This is goddamn Yanni. Yanni Vic.
Saying I lit the fire in you. I will put it out. You are a mistake, an aberration. I will show you that there are worse things than death.
hold on. Oh my god.
You stubborn motherfucker.
Oh my god, what are you doing? That's too low, dude. You can't fly from that low.
You are going to be buried in the frozen ground, like the rest of your family.
Oh my god, dude. This is actually like, this is cultural pornography for Finnish people. Like, I know so many people in my family that would see this trailer and be like, yeah, this is it. Yeah. This is what we've been waiting for. Finally, a realistic Finnish representation. It is, yes, the Eternal Road. That is the one that this is the one that I was thinking of. This one.
Suppanahan Jussi ikitielle. Neuvostoliittoon. Sinähän sotana niin kauheasti halunnut. Pääset omies joukkoon. Te ootte käynyt viattoman kimppuun. Ota tunnolle syyttämän verran. Mä en oo kommunisti.
Tervetuloa Neuvostoliittoon.
An untold true story about the American immigrants in the
No
Soviet
nyt se
Union.
on. Jussi Ketola ei ole olemassa Neuvostoliitossa, mutta Jussi Kari on. Ja tästä lähtien sinä menet sinne, minne minä käsken sinun mennä. Ja teet, mitä minä sanon.
Etkö sä tajuu, Jussi? Nää rakentaa täällä työläisten paratiisia.
Tämähän on ihan älytöntä.
Näin täällä sosialismia rakennetaan.
Kai sä tajut, että multa jäi sinne kaikki. En mä voi tänne jäädä.
Gotta choose your side.
Gotta choose your side.
Kaikki tapetaan.
Stalin is father to your soul.
He's not my father.
Lopeta pakeneminen.
Jos mä olisin vapaana, ei mun mihinkään tarvitsisi paeta.
I think the thing that's so sick about this is I just want to remind you again, like the Finland in the formation of the USSR, they actually wanted to install a German monarch on the throne of as a Finnish king, basically. And the independence formed out of the USSR is what essentially enabled them to have a republic, basically. So even like I mentioned it a little bit yesterday, like that Finland has a very positive memory of Lenin, and that is true. But the problem is they have a very positive view of Lenin, but they have a very negative view of Stalin. So you get interesting little tidbits like this, where the movie is about fleeing fascists into the Soviet Union and then fleeing the Soviet Union because you're not a communist. So does Russia, to be fair. Is that true? I thought Stalin was considered like the top most popular ruler, right? Like I think he's considered. Hold on, I actually kind of want to check. Let's see. I'm sure it depends on generations. Yeah. That would be a factor. I don't know. They don't mention it in Mercenaries Playground of Destruction. What is it called? Is it Levada? Oh, yes. This is a translation of it. Table 1. Name the most outstanding individuals of all time and peoples. Number 1, Joseph Stalin. Era, Soviet, occupation, state leader, 42%. 2, Vladimir Putin, post-Soviet, state leader, 31%. Vladimir Lenin, Soviet, state leader, 28%. Alexander Pushkin, czarist, poet/writer. Okay, I'm actually kind of shocked about that. Peter the Great, czarist, state leader, 19%. Yuri Gagarin, Soviet cosmonaut, 15%. Georgy Zhukov, Soviet military commander, 13%. Catherine the Great. Leonid Brezhnev. Brezhnev is at 8%? Einstein is on the list. Einstein is 11. Oh, I fuck with that, sure. Why is Brezhnev on here? I'm actually shocked about that. I always thought that they view Stalin very popularly because of the cultural importance surrounding World War II, right? As the, what is it called? The Great Patriotic War? Is that what it's called in Russian? Yeah. I think this is kind of like a modern, this is like a big modern deal for Russian history, right? Like that they point back to this period a lot. Yeah, he's their great man. The term patriotic war refers to Russian resistance to the French invasion of Russia under Napoleon I, which became as the Patriotic War of 1812. I didn't even know that one for it. In Russian, the term patriotic war originally referred to a war on one's own territory as opposed to a campaign abroad. Oh, it's like Russian language shit. And later was reinterpreted as a war for the fatherland, i.e. a defensive war for one's homeland. Sometimes the Patriotic War of 1812 was also called the Great Patriotic War. The phrase first appeared in 1844 and became popular on the eve of the centenary of the Patriotic War of 1812. America wouldn't be so great if we didn't have such a good rival. Put him here, Stalin. Competition always leads us in great places. Without him, I mean, we are. I'm laughing at that, but that is kind of true. I mean, that's why we are where we are now, right? Ooh. I'm not on fire. Yeah, it's sad. Once the USSR disappeared, suddenly all my benefits went away. Grr. I hate politics and I'm freaking pissed. Come on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Pardon me. One. Keep burn. All right. China is scary. Read not Wyatt. So they don't have the same thread of a great example. I also think it is a little bit of like I mean, I think it is also in the... How do I word this? I do think it's also a bit of just, like... It is a bit of, just knowing that China... knowing that China is willing to kind of put down with the US and not exactly rock the boat outside of their own domestic interests, you know? I'm gonna take a nap. Don't raid the chickens, they are loud. Okay. See, that's good feedback, Scruntley. That's great feedback. I don't know why I said it like you weren't giving good feedback, but I didn't mean it like that. The fact that they aren't ideologically opposed to the US makes them seethe even more. I mean, especially right now, yeah, like... I mean, I haven't even kept up with Iran and America yet today. But I'm sure they're doing this thing. They're doing the dang thing, right? Grrr! No! I'm twitchy. Get it? Because it's like Twitch. I don't want to burn. It's funny how China mogs US through markets because of command economy. I mean, that's like the problem, right? Because like having a command economy makes dealing with your issues a lot easier. Not that it's you're incapable of doing it, but just like, I don't know, it is funny that we keep getting articles about how China's like gonna explode because they don't have the financial stability because they keep cutting prices for things. And it's just like, dude, they're more effective than us. Yeah, I mean, there is obviously problems with it. It's just like, it's the same thing when I talk about Lenin. Like, there is a sort of resignment to just not thinking about this kind of stuff and doing vibes. And hold on, let me put this in. No, I don't want the bright light. Hungry Ghost. Extra knockback on spells. Extra wand. I want Hungry Ghost. My issue is usually when I talk to people about Lenin or the issues of communist societies or whatever, it's always like, the root of it is always like, well, we have this shit here. They're like arguing against a justification to try new things rather than critiquing it on the level of like, this is bad. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't even want the slightly better option if it just doesn't fix every issue I have immediately. I mean, maybe that's born out of, like, a lack of awareness. But, like, I find it very tiring to just constantly get in the weeds over stuff like that. Sorry, what did you say? I have a question for you as a historian. Will we see any large-scale change in our lifetimes? I mean, I think we're already in the process of seeing it. These things do happen kind of slowly, but like that's kind of why I was talking about the like war in Iran as generally as I did before, because like these things tend to be very gradual, right? And usually when they're gradual, it can be easy to underestimate like how many things kind of add up and cause issues. I'll kind of give you an example. Trump with Iran now is basically just like what he's talking about is he is essentially trying to conduct a war, and then as it goes on, he is trying to talk to the markets and be like, wait, don't fuck everything up yet. Don't fuck everything up yet. It's gonna be fine. We're just gonna back out soon. It's almost over. Shit's about to be fixed soon. Just wait. And like nothing has outwardly changed, but the fact that he is doing it in that way now, kind of blatantly, means you will begin to see a shift in another way soon. Because if the average person can tell, it's not going to reinstate confidence, much less the 17th to 20th time he said anything, right? And, like, you have to remember that when I talk about these things, I'm usually using the basis of capital, right? Of looking at capital. Hold on, let me get the explosion of brimstone. Like, hold on, let me get the Luki. Yay! It's just like I'm home again. God. Stop that. When I said, like, for example, I think that, like, a lot of the middle powers right now are going to begin to gravitate towards, like, a middle power agreement. You are basically seeing... You're seeing kind of like the, you know, you're seeing it a bit early, I guess, is kind of what I'm talking about. Because there will be people who are too threatened by American hegemony to outwardly speak out. But the thing about it is that it really takes one or two faces to really position themselves for others to begin to ride that kind of momentum. That I think, like, you will see politicians just try to use, like, they're gonna just start to lean towards other aspects to just kind of make themselves look better after the unpopularity of Trump has kind of become impossible to ignore. Right? But these things are very gradual because, again, they're so integrated, like, it's hard to really even fully explain the complexity of... What? It's hard to explain the complexity of how global capital is all mixed together. You know? So it's not as easy as just, like, having a bad time and then shedding, you know, American influence. Because, again, you need to remember that American influence is far beyond just what you kind of think of as, like, just, you know, oh, like, there are allies. It's not the case. I mean, I think the NATO thing should have shown you that already. So, like, they will begin to do it just because he's inherently unpopular. It may take until he is explicitly unpopular, but, like, you will probably begin to look at the war in Iran as the opening for it. What is that? If all the mountains were of silver and gold, what would they profit a man who lives in constant fear or of death? Hence, there cannot be in the whole world anything better than our medicine, which has the power to heal all the diseases of the flesh. But, like, I think, like, stuff is already changing. It's just things are so integrated together, it's hard to see sudden changes. But, I think Trump's attempt with Iran is pretty bad. And, do you want to know a trick? Tell me the trick. America's force power is really weakened. That, like, what Trump would have to do to kind of reestablish it is kind of, like, rework a lot of where we're at. I mean, it does. I mean, can I be honest with you guys? I don't like saying stuff like this. Yes, exactly. Proper trade agreements and can take years to drop, and building new alliances takes time. Yes, it's a lot of people underestimate how integrated these things are. And this is why I talk about the Marshall Plan a lot from post-World War II. Because, like, what we're talking about is the ramifications of the Marshall Plan all the way back then, right? Like, it's from the same tree, basically. It's an oversimplification, but that is kind of how it works, right? But a lot of things Trump has done, I don't like to think like this usually because I am a bystander watching with just like a historical comparison lens. But I'm pretty sure that Trump literally did start the war without a plan as to how to do anything and just thought that he would go in, kind of kick the door down, and it would just all work out. Because he threatened He's been threatening like shit around, you know, ground invasions on Karg Island, right? That this whole time, while doing that, they had no threatening maneuvers, right? Like they didn't really have anything set up to like actually enable that threat and like do anything. So that now they're actually moving soldiers into the region, right? Like they didn't even have like the carriers and the boats like already. Like it reeks of just like kind of coming up with things on the fly. Like just whole 100%. Like I cannot express enough to you how bad this is. It is like, it really is just trying to use the authority of American identity to get your way, and then when it doesn't work, you have to catch up, but you've killed all the guys that are willing to meet you in the middle ground of it all. That, like, you've, like, just everything about this, they're gonna lose so much money. It's crazy. It's genuinely crazy. I'm gonna buy this wand. What is this? Peace with gods. You make peace with gods? I can do that. So, like, I'm convinced that the economic outcome for the Empire is essentially cooked. And you will see, like, I mean, you're gonna see a lot of posturing about putting more money into the military. For sure. But again, it is actually kind of a good thing, because if they remove American hegemony, even in the Middle East, I mean, that will change a lot. And Iran is aware of it. Like, Iran clearly has a plan and a structure for everything they're doing, but America has nothing. And watching it has just kind of shown me how we really have gotten to the point where just hope everything works out forever is kind of the meta. And that's it. Let me get the summon tiny ghosts. It's too structured, but like, I'll give you an example, right? Hold on, let me eat my vegetables. You inflict more damage the more satiated you are. Tinker with wands everywhere. Saw Divki. Kiwi. Oh! Middle one. I can't. Let me do my thing. Let me do my thing. I'm juggling too much. The, what is it? Iran made it so you can only buy, their oil in Chinese yuan right now, right? You have to use the currency. But the thing about it is not necessarily, I mean, it is pretty humiliating for America, but the reason for that is because they're trying to damage the dollar, like the petroleum dollar, basically, right? The reason why they're doing that is because a lot of America's wealth is purely built off of it, right? God damn it. So, like, by damaging the dollar, it does damage the the hegemonic power that is like American entity and enterprise, right? But the problem for America is that it's so like oil is so important to America's functioning, and you cannot store much of it at once, right? That's why you have America begging Russia for their oil too, right? It is because you need to constantly have oil moving. Constantly. I cannot state it enough. Tankers do not even carry like as much oil as you may even think. Like, I think you would be surprised to learn how much oil in even a big tanker, like how long it will last you for. That means the longer this goes on, there's more damage to the economy. However, the more that the dollar itself is also weakened due to its, due to its lack of worth for oil, also means the prices go up in the same way. So like, I'm not really kidding when I say this. The problem with American approach to Iran is that they are essentially fighting against someone who's focused entirely on destroying their economic power and really making it hurt. You may not feel it as much as the government will feel it, right? There's a chance that the worst of it may not even be directed at you, but it will be something politicians freak out over, basically. If you could put this into sports terms, I'd be highly impressed. I don't really know how do you compare the worth of, how do you compare like money, like the dollar, to sports? Is it like having the ball? Like, I don't know. And yes, all of this stuff is like lag, basically. It's dial-up. It's like scaring Mark Silver over Mark Cuban. What does that mean? More love? I love that. Mark Sliver. Imagine if the Supersonics had an established culture and branding, and Oklahoma City walks in and basically puppets Seattle's money and autonomy over their capital. This is like Alabama post-Saban, and they have to face a triple option every team, and they're getting embarrassed. I have no idea what we're talking about. Touchdown. Just got the meanest touchdown. This all makes perfect sense to me. Okay, good. Basically, America has no plan besides just getting rich, but Iran has already put them in a position where they are going to be on the ropes unless they do something egregious, basically. Like, they have to do something to stop the fact that Iran is, like, kind of holding the dollar hostage right now. And, it's just bad for, like, it's bad for, oops. I cannot, like, the way that Iran is doing this is much like if I was fighting the American government as a state entity. Like, it is literally everything I would do, basically. Like, I cannot overstate enough how much of a disconnect there is between how prepared they both are and the position that's gotten Trump in, because the dollar is so built off of oil supremacy and maintaining it, and the system is so connected and maintained through it that it, like, I cannot really like establish enough that you're probably gonna see Trump keep saying like, oh, the dollar's fine, oh, we're having talks, things are good, and then one day it will just stop and it'll be, we've always been at war, and then you will see the economy begin to feel it. And by that I mean you're gonna probably be seeing it in gas prices. But luckily, I think if it happens on enough of a scale that makes him unpopular, you will have the Democrats lazily try to, like, be like, well, we're here. So, never forget the collaborators, is all I'm gonna say. Yeah, this is my fight song. Take back my life song. Divari's back. Come on. Dodges. God damn it. Dodges. I'll do one or two more runs. But yeah, like, I mean, it's just, I don't think, because American power is so, their power is maintained and also built out of wealth. The more you damage their wealth, the more of a problem they're in. And that means that's for the whole class of capitalists that benefit from shit like this, right? So when you are at a point where it's bad enough, you will see capitalists turn against Trump and be like, well, we've never wanted to be on this guy's side anyways. We never agreed with this. And they're gonna try to disown him. You're gonna see it too, I think, from the Trump admin. They're just gonna keep shedding people. The last time we talked about this, they didn't get rid of Kristi Noem. But, you know, now they have. And they're gonna just keep doing that every time a controversy arises out of it. Because all the administration figures are just there to essentially kick the can down the road for you. Because they're not doing anything besides saying, look at how good our president is. And if people don't like it, then you're too pussy for the cabinet. You gotta make people like it. I mean, it's clear they're feeling their oats. I mean, Trump especially. Who has that tweet about Trump, like, in like an hour he says we're at war with Iran, and also that we've won the war with Iran at least like 5 times. It is. It's really good. I didn't mean to do that. God damn it. He literally said that he's bringing in peace a few hours ago. At 12:07, Trump deploys Marines. At 12:08, Trump says no boots on the ground. Yeah. I mean, like, it just sounds like he's trying to scare the Iranians into being like, well, he's gonna fuck us up if we don't. But now that like he's killed all the administration that is like willing to negotiate, everyone's like, fuck you. Why would we ever do anything with you? So now, because Trump wasn't prepared to actually do anything, and like they had no plan besides just going in, they have put themselves in a purely losing situation. That's why when this first happened, I was like, I cannot believe this is really happening. This must mean something else. Use this? Am I doing it? I got a shield. Damn, that bad, huh? We go from fucking summoning the worm to giving me a shield? That bad, huh? Pick that up. Being covered in blood is a good thing? Really? That makes sense. You are a noita. Yes, thank you. Here we go. Friday's press gaggle. Barely exaggerated. At 12:03, President Trump told reporters he wanted a ceasefire with Iran. At 12:05, he declared victory. At 12:07, he announced he was sending Marines. At 12:08, he said no boots on the ground. At 12:11, he said he did not want a ceasefire. At 12:16, he declared victory again. At 12:17, he asked for a ceasefire. At 12:23, he told NATO that they were cowards. At 12:29, he said Iran was begging for a ceasefire. At 12:31, he said everything was perfect. At 12:36, he said $500 oil was a good thing. At 12:37, he demanded Iran open Hormuz. At 12:39, he said Hormuz was never closed. At 12:41, he said the U.S. was not at war with Iran. At 12:42, he declared victory in Iran. I love this. I love this so much. Like, okay. You know what I think of when I see this? Do you know what I think of? Hey, thanks for gifting a sub to Mike. I really appreciate it.
All right. Look, you're going to be so proud of your country if I get in. You're going to be so proud of your president, and I don't care about that. But you are going to be so proud of your country because we're going to turn it around and we're going to start winning again. We're going to win so much. We're going to win at every level. We're going to win economically. We're going to win with the economy. We're going to win with military. We're going to win with health care and for our veterans. We're going to win with every single facet. We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning.
Too
we
much
can't take
winning.
it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more. We're going to win so much. I love you, Albany.
It's too much winning. I can't take it anymore. He can't even speak this coherently anymore. I know. It is sad looking at him from 2016. He's cooked. Like, he is actually cooked. People keep attributing this to dementia, but I wonder if he's sort of doing a shotgun strategy to see what the markets respond to. I mean, I think so too, just because, I mean, he is definitely got something wrong with him. I mean, I don't really want to say it like that, but, you know, there's something going on under the hood, right? There's something going on under the hood right now. And, he is, like, very much so a market-focused president, right? So I think that is the only thing he truly, really cares about. But, I don't know. Here, let me put this away for now. Projectile slower. Gas fire. Yeah, like, because all his power is built out of it, right? All of his power is built out of the fact that he's the market guy, right? Like, that's where a lot of his support has come from, obviously, right? Like, that's why when he talks about shit, he just talks about the Dow. He's not appealing to you. He's appealing to the rich people that care about that shit. So, like, he is the most concerned about it. But that's why I think he's in such a bad position. Because there's no way out of this without, like, in order for Trump to get out of Iran, he would have to basically, like, I mean, he'd have to really embarrass himself. And I don't even know if that would work. I don't know why I just did that. One more. Like, I don't know. I'm more baffled that this happened in the first place. Like, this is some true, like, Rasputin shit. Like, welcome back, 21st century Rasputin. I mean, like, this is kind of getting a little more into my guesstimations. But Trump does actually, unironically, and not to be a lib about this, but he does carry a lot of traits that I would associate with Hitler, right? Like, just how he does politics. Like, for example, never accepting blame or that you did anything wrong, right? Like, it's some other shit. Like, that is from literally Hitler's playbook. A lot of, like, the strong man, like, I can do no wrong imagery is same sort of shit. So, like, something like Iran is kind of like a big problem for him, right? It's a big issue. Because he cannot... He's in a pretty pathetic situation. Or position, but there's not really a lot that I think he would be willing to do for the greater good in this context, right? What is that? Why is there a cloud chasing me? So, like, I don't know. I don't really understand how it will end. I feel like it will either escalate to just, like, actually boots on the ground, which it may, One more. Or like something happens that lets the Iranian leadership decide to back down. But I don't know what they would do. They've been so moderate and so careful and like restrained for so long. And they've killed all the moderating figures that it's basically like the okay to keep escalating, right? So like I don't really know how Trump gets out of it. And yes, like the Karg Island landing is like, I mean, that's I cannot believe that would be real. Like that is truly like we're beyond Rasputin at that point. Like we're actually just in another realm. Call this shit Mortal Kombat the way we're in another realm right now. Like, just, again, I just want to remind you, thinking that troops just land on the ground and, like, they can just go instantly. Like, that's... I cannot... Like, even, like, Hearts of Iron Timmy knows more about warfare than that. You know what I mean? Like, it's so rudimentary that it kind of fries my brain a little bit that I have to even explain it like this. Like, it scares me a little bit. So, I mean, if they do try to do Karg Island, I'm just giving up on politics. I'm just giving up. That shit's too much for me. Too much. I'll just say, you know what? I'm just gonna read some Lenin. I'm gonna read the books. Ah! Fire! 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 Big Daddy Cool. Yeah, that's him. I went thinking and found something. Maybe I'll take a peek. I do like the cat Lenin emoji. It makes me feel better about doing the lessons. When the European interwar period is less stupid than modern times. Yes, yes, actually. Like, I mean, I can, like, they really need a magic trick to fucking fix this. I genuinely cannot express enough how unbelievably stupid it is. Like, again, you could not even begin to, like, kind of describe, like, I don't know how you do any of these things. Like, it just sounds like, especially considering they had to... It smells like soil after rain? What does that mean? Well, I know what that means, but... Why? Give him the bubble. Yeah, put him in the bubble. Bubble him. Bubble him. Yep, bubble him. Worm rain? What? What? Are you serious? Oh my god, there's so many of them. Oh my... Why, dude? I need to fucking... One more. Next time I'm turning off the fucking things. I'm turning off these goddamn worm summons. This is unbelievable. It's one thing and I deal with a giant worm. No, we got it's raining worms. God damn, dude. She's taking away our voices. Yeah, this is what true democracy, this is what pure democracy looks like. God damn it. Ooh, money, 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 money. Pardon me. No crap. All right. But yes, I don't know how to really word it. America is just like they are in like the death call of their what is it? The death thrall or whatever. Like they're near death. Or at least American empire is. Do you know what I was kind of thinking of? Death throes, thank you, yes. Death throes. I'm not gonna lie, I said death throes and I was like, am I doing a D&D? I was thinking, do you know what I think the comparison will be? I think it will be something like Britain. Like World War I to interwar Britain. One more, that didn't count. Where it'll just be so much money poured into it that they don't have enough to sustain themselves, and they'll just kind of let them wither away. Because I don't think you're going to have anything explosive or super volatile happen in America. But you will definitely, like, I don't know, maybe it'll be, I will say, I think of it as a purely positive thing, because it will change, like, the world in a lot of ways I don't think we really fully understand. Not at the moment. But one issue for leftist politics has always been America breathing down its neck. So it will be a good time for leftist politics, bare minimum. But I think also on the domestic side of it, like, there will not be as much of a necessity or reason to justify, like, $1 trillion plus military budgets. Yeah, I'm very optimistic. I'm very optimistic. What? Did I hit a trap? Well, whatever. That's enough. Let's check this one out a little bit. It's been a while, hasn't it? That's the room that makes acid when you do something in it. Classic noita trap. God damn it. In the short term, it'll suck. I'll be honest, like, I think for what could happen, it probably is one of the better ways for American empire to explode. Because the problem with American hegemony is that they're also so integrated in like the global system. Like it really is like there are like 3 or 4 places that aren't fully integrated into like the global economy, right? For better or for worse. If America lost a lot of its power, like military power, and then like everybody kind of ganged up on America to remove their influence from them, that would be much worse than I think what's happening in Iran right now, right? And that's not to say that it's not bad in Iran. I just mean like I think like we're seeing a regional example of what will happen on a global scale, not immediately, but like just watch how things go. I think the only way things could change is if basically they somehow throw out Trump and probably Vance for that reason. Uh although there is a chance like Vance may try to position himself against all of this in the future to get the cred. I think like it would really take a huge misdirection politician, like someone that's really just ready to point you somewhere else. Uh or like somehow a Democrat gets momentum and just libs it up again and doesn't really meet the moment, you know? Will the Republican Party potentially collapse? I don't think so. I don't think like I don't think Republicans are as ideologically committed to the Republican agenda as much as they're interested in making a lot of money. And I think there are ideologues in that camp, but I think they will like again, I'm you got to remember that this problem is almost born out of the fact that American empire, like it is purely guided by capitalism, both for leading people into wars and out of wars, right? Like think of even the stuff in Iran and Venezuela this year, right? It's for the oil. They want the oil and the power that comes with it, right? I don't think Republicans on average are firm ideologues. Like there are some that are. Like I mean, I'll be honest, I don't like him, but like think of like the libertarian dudes, like what's his fucking name? That old guy that everyone always referenced. There's not really like Rand Pauls in the same way, right? Like that there used to be, right? There's a lot of people who are just mostly like, well, whatever the top dog says is it, right? And it's not because they are committed to Trump's ideology. It's they see that he's popular and he's got a lot of momentum and that's it, right? You don't see the same thing on the right. And it's common more so now on the left, on not the left, but in the Democratic Party, right? I don't even know that Trump himself has an ideology. No, he definitely doesn't. There are people in his cabinet who do, but there are a lot of people who are in it just for the money, right? I don't think that's controversial. Some of the yes, like there are like people that are like Christian Zionists that are dedicated to it, or like there are people who have freakish right-wing beliefs of like we need to get rid of all the immigrants or whatever, right? Like there are people that do subscribe to these ideologies. I think it's far less than like who is positioning it now though. I think it's more just it's the money of the moment is how I put it. Where the money of the moment is, they go, right? There's a lot of Democrats in that category too. A lot of Republicans. Um so I don't think you're going to see the political establishment change, right? I don't think that's going to change much. Um you will just see a lot of people who were for the war be against it all of a sudden, and they'll say something like, well, I agreed with it at the time, or, no, I was against it, but I was voting on party lines or whatever. Like, you'll hear a lot of shit like that. Just wait. Just wait. They will all try to disown Trump as a political strategy when this gets unpopular enough. And you'll know when it gets unpopular enough because it'll be when the capitalists are unhappy with Trump's raising prices, right? Again, oil is a very bad one to have a price hike over. Oil runs everything, especially in the US economy. So, it's just a wait and see. The only thing that I think is good, and maybe bad, honestly, too, is that these things tend to happen kind of slowly. And it's because it's not people reacting off of the actions, right? They're not, think of it like this. People do not react to the direct individual things that are done, right? Like Trump starting a war in Iran, no one gives a fuck, right? You will see, though, when unpopularity in like the higher up, when people start talking about him, like, well, I wasn't always a big fan. There was issues, whatever. You're you will see a lot of people begin to frame themselves against it. But again, only on the optics of it. They're only going to be like, well, I always voted against him. I didn't like him. I never was for him, but it was like the party wanted him or whatever. Like, you're going to see a lot of that. But it'll only be in reaction to other people, right? It'll only be in reaction to other politicians or other, like, whoever, right? Or something happens, right? Something happens that is so unjustifiable that everyone's like, all right, be fucking serious, right? Like boots on the ground. Like, that's a good example, right? Working in Texas, the framing optics is already happening. Yes, like you're gonna see it. That's just how they always do this. It's how it's always been done, right? Always. It's no different. It's already started to a degree. Like that lady who voted for him 3 times who called herself a fucking idiot. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of Trump voters, and this is one thing why I am always fascinated by the analysis of like cultural hegemony, right? Because I think there is something very fascinating to be gathered from people who have voted for Trump every time, who do not like him anymore, right? Because I think because a lot of Republican politics does kind of root at the internalized, like, this is what's common sense, this is normal, this is what normal looks like, without really analyzing it, right? Like, in 100 years ago, if you said the divine right of kings is just how it is, it's common sense. I mean, maybe not 100 years ago, but like 200 years ago, if you challenged the divine right of kings, people would be like, what are you talking about? It's common sense. Of course it works that way, right? That lack of analysis to get there, I think, is the most fascinating aspect of it all, right? Because there are a lot of people who have like a sunk cost fallacy about it. Because think of it as like someone who's uninformed about politics. Let's say you get into politics by seeing Trump and you advocate for him to all your friends and family, and then things get explicitly worse, right? Some people would struggle to even like address the fact that they made a mistake that harms other people. And there are some people who would look at it, accept it, and cut their losses. And I'm beginning to think that there are a lot of Trump voters that kind of lean into like a sunk cost fallacy about it. This is not like scientific or scholarly at all, but just like a vibe I've liked to pay attention to, It's something I find fascinating. because there are a lot of Trump heads who are so fiercely dedicated to him, and it's clear they don't know what's going on at all, right? They don't understand anything that's happening. They're just like, well, I'm paying more now. Uh, like like how, like, is this hypocritical or whatever, does not enter their mind as much as trying to justify it to themselves. And I think that's kind of a fascinating line of study. My dad told us a few months ago he bought I voted for this bumper sticker, but he was scared to put it on his car. Yeah. Like, again, this is the yeah, it's not just a vote. Most of them have lost family members, relationships, jobs, all because of their dedication. Yeah. And like, I think there's a very interesting kind of treat to analyze through that, you know? Like, when I mean, I saw this in fighting games even, right? Of like, people wouldn't want to reckon with the issue they were having right in front of them because it would make them question their thoughts about themselves going into it, right? Like, kind of like viewing something that's scrubby, right? Like, not particularly good of you to do, but losing to it all the time, instead of questioning what you're doing wrong. It feels almost like you have to face a wall that is like, well, maybe I misjudged it. Maybe I wasn't as correct as I thought. Maybe I wasn't as on this as I thought I was, right? And I mean, that's just in fighting games on a small scale. I can only wonder how, if you've made it a part of your personality or like a part of your identity, or if you've had losses associated with it, like, I feel like it must make you feel cornered in a way that probably doesn't do well for your mental state, you know? Tekken folks are going through that. Yeah, I mean, it happens every game, right? Because every game, the conditions of the game change. So what's considered scrubby shifts, but some people cannot keep up with that, right? Yes, a lot of them thought they were untouchable. Yes, yes. They might have also thought, well, I lost so many relationships, so if I condemn it now, I'll truly have nothing. Yes, that's like common with like, you know, people who go into like a far right pipeline and then they come out of it, right? A lot of them think like, you know, they've alienated everybody else to be with these freaks, and then they don't want to be with them anymore. So what do, right? I find it kind of interesting. It's a I mean, it's reinforced the concept of how much is built out of community, right? And how much is built out of how you view the cultural hegemony, right? Boards, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. How do you feel about the Muslim / Middle Eastern origins of Zelda characters? This is from February 28th, 2017. I mean, well, let's see what Primal Force has to say. I think it's safe to say that a lot of character designs and inspirations in the Zelda franchise have come from Muslim and Middle Eastern origins. The name Zelda itself has a Middle Eastern name. Rupees, the currency, are the primary form of currency in India. The Gerudos appear to be dark-skinned and dress very accordingly with Arabian fashion. And this is not intended to be a bigoted topic. I just want you to say whether or not you like the way Middle Eastern themes are being utilized in the Zelda franchise. And if you don't, then would you prefer a different culture replace it, such as a Japanese culture? I I I don't understand stuff like this at all. How do you think like this? Like, If you don't like the way Middle Eastern culture is utilized in Zelda, what other culture would you prefer to put in it instead? What? I'm offended that baklava isn't a food option in this game. That's some good stuff. I would like more desert towns. Skies of Arcadia did the Middle Eastern theme the best with the Kingdom of Nasrad, heavily based on the 16th century Ottoman Empire. I'm not dumb enough to care. / topic. I mean, the influence is almost as old as Zelda itself. They can't just change it. If they did, or you wanted them to, would be bigoted. Muslims and quotations Middle Eastern are not interchangeable. Would you say the same about Judaism and Christianity, which also originated in the Middle East? What? I don't care. You're trying to cause a conflict. Don't. Quote. Oh my god, dude. Dude, I hate Americans talking about religion. It's always so cringe. I do not say this lightly. A majority of Muslims are from the Middle East. Christianity is currently the #1 religion in the world in terms of how many people fall within it. Is that true? I don't think I thought Islam was the biggest religion in the world. I mean, maybe if you count every single sect of Christianity, every single one, like, period. But even then, it's like cheating numbers. No, I'm not talking about like, I'm talking about historical Christian inclusion in this. Like, I'm talking like the old school like heresies and shit, right? This is what I mean. Even with that, it's like crunching the numbers. It's really cheating with them. Christianity may have originated in the Middle East, but it's so widespread that it encompasses all part of the world. Muslims are widespread, but the majority still resides in the Middle East. This topic creator, to answer your question, I have no qualms with Nintendo being inspired by Middle Eastern culture, just as they've been inspired by Eastern culture. Zelda isn't wearing garb and isn't being forced to live in some sort of Sharia law, so no F's given. I feel pretty damn good about it. Makes things more varied than just Euro fantasy and anime influence. This, in fact. This is the good kind of answer I was hoping to see. Not this. Fine. What was the reasoning for bringing in a extremely controversial topic? Message deleted. Interesting. It's not controversial. I'm just asking a question. I make it very clear in the first post that I do not want you to view it that way. The fact that you are shows that you are the problem here and not me. That's awesome. I said I don't see color in the opening post. How dare you say I'm racist? You're the problem. I'm not the problem. I didn't view it as racist or anything. I just see it as something to incite conflict. And that's why you're the problem. Your first and last sentence are contradictory. I'm not the problem. Okay. My Ocarina of Time cart for N64 has that crescent moon and star symbol and the call to prayer during the Fire Temple music. Too bad they had to take that out before it became a problem. What? Why am I the problem? Explain it to me. You know, it's crazy when someone is arguing in a topic about what do you feel about Muslim/Middle Eastern origins of Zelda? And the guy named Ghost Centurion is the most normal guy in this process. Because you are going out of your way to start something here. Also, you are accusing me of trying to start something when I specifically said I wasn't. People like you, man, SMH, always got to ruin everything, huh? You must be a real card at parties. One 17-year-old drinks a beer and you call the cops. Just for the fun of it. I dug into the Zelda name some, and I was surprised to see it can be of Germanic or Jewish origin. Depending on the origin, the name may have two completely different meanings as well. Oh my god. That would be hypocritical of me. I'm just commenting on how I see the post. Will we? It's actually pretty obvious with some of the stuff. Yes, in fact. Nintendo got the name Zelda from this. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Zelda Fitzgerald. I actually like that a lot. It has a charm that fits unbelievably well to the theme of the series. When did it overtake Buddhism? I don't even know what the fuck's going on. Since forever. Islam has more followers than Buddhism, let alone Christianity. I'm only offended that they are afraid to make the main characters reflect said inspiration outside the villain, and even then I don't really care much. I'm fine with it. Indian food is amazing. I think it's cool. Honestly, as an Arab and a Muslim, I kind of see some Middle Eastern influences, especially in the Gerudo. However, they look like your average Arab/Indian mix-up, like how Aladdin was, if that makes sense. LOL. I don't mind the influence at all, if that's what you're getting at. Unless the question is aimed at Westerners, then my bad, sorry for sharing. Sticking a tongue face. My question is how we feel about the Middle Eastern/Muslim influence. If the question was how we feel about being European and Christian, which it's heavily influenced by too, then I'd say it makes total sense because Zelda is not a Middle Eastern name. It's a German name, smiley face. Zelda is the fantasy franchise that ascribes heavily to the concept of magical realism. Certain elements of the world are fantastic and fictional, while other facets are more believable, more grounded in reality. It makes sense to make those realistic aspects of the game to be based on cultures present in the real world, and the series is more rich for it. All right, TC, it's time for you to crawl back into your hole. Number 1. The name Zelda is short for Griselda, which is certainly not a Muslim name. If you consider Jews Middle Eastern, then yeah, you could say its origins are Middle Eastern. But then you even mentioned in a later post that the name was inspired by Zelda Fitzgerald, who was as white as you can get. 2. The fuck does India and its rupees have to do with Islam in the Middle East? Indians are Asian, and 80% of them are Hindu. If you're really ignorant, know that Hinduism is in a way the precursor of Buddhism. The Buddha, the guy who invented Buddhism, was once a Hindu priest, and he was certainly influenced by his Hindu background. There was some Muslim influence in India's history since it was conquered by Muslims for a while, but the country split along religious lines after World War II, with Pakistan the country of the Muslims. By the way, Pakistan also uses rupees, so if anything, you should have mentioned that link instead. Just shows how ignorant you are. 3. We've never played as a Gerudo main character before. Instead, we usually play as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white guy who needs to save another blonde-haired, blue-eyed white girl from the big bad Ganondorf, who is a Gerudo. And so the bad guy is based off of a Middle Eastern person. If anything, this series casts Muslim/Middle Easterns, which specifically are you referring to again? They're not always the same thing, in a negative light. Maybe we could even use more diversity in Zelda. Now, we're changing the direction of this topic. From now on, we're going to talk about how prejudiced the Legend of Zelda franchise is, and how in the next game, we should play as a female dark-skinned Muslim lesbian. And go. I mean, I'm down with that. Oh my god. Link to the Past felt more Zoroastrian. Holy shit! With its light and dark worlds and some symbology of Ocarina of Time and Twilight Princess resembles Zoroastrianism. The whole light struggling against darkness metaphor is the main central theme in that ancient religion, which most likely influenced Judeo-Christian heritage. It did. This is true. This is true. Hell is from Zoroastrianism. Zarathustra has been very popular among Western philosophers, such as Hegel and Nietzsche too. Granted, Dark Souls also felt like it had Zoroastrian influence. Persians during the Sasanian Empire would worship fire, believing it would ward off Ahriman's encroaching darkness, much like how bonfires thematically function in Dark Souls, with an even more Gnostic twist. All the big religions started in the Middle East, so I'm not exactly sure what being Muslim has to do with anything. Jews, Jesus, Mohammed, we're all brown-skinned people from the Middle East. Love it, TBH. The influence was obvious in Ocarina of Time. Look at this post right here. Topic creator immediately locks in on this guy. This guy says something different, and he links to an imager. Let's see what this is. This is the link. Okay. I don't feel much. This topic made me giggle. I don't care. Yeah, the nature of this topic can cause some trouble, but to me, it seems like topic creator didn't mean any harm from it. You guys are giving him/her a hard time for no reason. Anyways, I think it's cool the game shows representation in those fields, whether it's Middle Eastern or not. It's still cool. What's up, Vogue? I know. We live in a whole different time. I've never thought about it, so I guess I feel nothing about it. Is this the oh? India actually has the second largest Muslim population in the world, even more than Pakistan, despite the country being divided on the sole purpose of religion. A lot of Muslims chose to stay in India. Other than Hindus, there are Buddhists, Jains, Sikhs, Christians, Parsis, I would pronounce that correctly, even some Jews. India, in many ways, is like Turkey, which is a bridge between cultures. Turkey is where Asia meets Europe. Similarly, India is where the Middle East meets the Far East. Culturally, linguistically, and genetically, India is very diverse, but it has more in common with the Middle East. Geographically, it is considered South Asia because it's right below China and Central Asia. Most Indians prefer to just identify as just Indian and not Asian or Middle Eastern. You're probably right about the Gerudo tribe, but otherwise I don't really see it. The series mainly draws influence from Western medieval setting and Celtic mythology, but is rich on references to different cultures and legends throughout the series, ranging from Nordic, Egyptian, Greek, Japanese, etc. Here's 2 articles on the subject that's interesting. https://www.zeldadungeon.net/2011/10 The cultural influences in the Zelda series. ZeldaDungeon.net 2013/03/Zelda and mythical Celtic myth. I don't get why people would complain about this. The only people I would see complain about this are the people who complained about Starbucks jobs being available in the Middle East. So basically, people who have no worth in life would complain about this with hate. Zelda was named after Zelda Fitzgerald. Rupees were a mistranslation that stuck. Gerudo are definitely based on herbs. I mean, I'll be honest, this is kind of blowing my mind because this is only 2017. But I feel like the vibes in here are different than even the 2015 posts, you know? Woke really stepped up to the plate. Thanks, Michael Brooks. I'm up for anything that helps diversify the visual language of the game. Zelda's had a lot of Eurocentric fantasy elements in it, and while I think the franchise has done a solid job of establishing its own visual identity, most of the games have tried to stick to a fairly generic base. I'm always glad for more cultural influence if it's handled well. For the most part, Nintendo's done a decent job of it in more recent years, not so much back in the Ocarina of Time days. Also, and how in the next game we should play as a female, dark-skinned Muslim lesbian and go. You say this like it's absolutely crazy and wild for us to ever have that, but I can't think of a single game that has had that. Maybe not a great fit for Zelda, but I'd look into a game that had that. Gotta stop you there. Sometimes Zelda's a brunette. Anyways, yeah, Christianity is the top religion in the world, ATM. Why would you say this without even like looking it up? Hinduism is not largely practiced outside of India, and Buddhism, while more widespread, has the problem of multiple nations that used to follow it becoming officially atheist. Islam, while a contender and may overtake due to birth rates. No, it's not even true. It is Islam. Doesn't have the numbers yet and isn't quite universal. This is why you gotta look shit up before you talk. When you do this, gotta stop you guys right now. I know you guys have said otherwise, but I have heard otherwise. Buddy, just do a Google search. At any rate, TC, I hope this topic taught you, at the very least, that religion should never be tied to race, political party, or region. Everything is separated for a reason, because we're not all lumped together. It's inherently offensive, and to be perfectly honest, you should have drawn that conclusion on your own. It's common sense. Hence why you've gotten shit and called a troll. It's because most people have that common sense. The number one thing a troll does is feign a lack of common sense. So logically, this topic is either made by a troll or someone who lacks common sense. So you can see how this topic was doomed from the get-go, right? The fact that someone could lack this very understanding and then get mad about it shows even less of a grasp of what's going on, and is also the first thing a troll does. So whatever. Sorry, but you made a pointless topic. Try again. I'll read the next post from the topic creator in a hog voice. Prince of Arabia says, I'm an Arab and I'm currently living in Arabic society for my entire life. I have some stuff to note, though. 1. India is not an Arabic country, nor is it a Muslim majority country. 2. I can assure you that Zelda is not an Arabic name, nor is it an Islamic name. In fact, I don't think you will ever meet an Arabian person with that name at all. 3. I'm super white myself, but yeah, I think the Gerudo's brown skin color do match the Arabian stereotype. False. Arabs only make up 20% of the Muslim population. Saying that the majority of Muslims are Arabs is like saying that the majority of Christians are Western. I mean, they would say that, though. Inspirations are not origins. Same way I feel about fantasy dwarves being based on Jews. What? Is that true? What? I don't care because the inspiration behind them doesn't define them. Sheik was a giveaway hint at the inspiration. Actually, Zelda lore is a mix of Mid-East and European aesthetics. It is. I didn't even know that. Shut the fuck up. Who cares? If you want my honest opinion. I always felt that, especially in A Link to the Past. Zelda was mostly European with some Middle Eastern-ism mixed in. The Desert Palace, for example, feels super Middle Eastern. Hyrule Castle, Kakariko Village, and the Sanctuary feel pretty European. I didn't know about the dwarves, but I know goblins are an anti-Semitic stereotype. Yeah, that's... I have heard the goblin one, but I was like, I've never heard it for dwarves. That's like old school shit, huh? Zelda comes from Griselda and is Germanic in origin, not Middle Eastern. We got XX I am Kira XX coming in hot. Are you the same guy that made a video about Majora's Mask and then tried to convince everyone that Majora was interchangeable with Baphomet? Oh, I gotta see that. I've never thought about that. It's pretty cool. So, I'm the troll here, and yet you're the one insulting me. What sense does that make? How mad is everybody? LOL. Get mad. Cry. How could I forget to mention Sheik? Can't believe it. Good call. Surprised everyone is being civil here. Usually there's Muslim bashing galore. I mean, I was expecting far worse too. I personally loved it, considering how I loved everything Gerudo since Ocarina of Time. Well, after the Shikas. And also it gives a small touch of distinction from the regular themes and origins in most games nowadays. Although I want to know more about the Shikas in this game, considering how influenced are here and how much I love the Shikas as well, lol. I like how it is there, but it's not forced. Those characters are fictional races and not based on any real-world race. What? Actually, it's usually Muslim defending and Christian and Jew bashing. See? Once again, another point for the government-run theory. Hold on, let me rephrase that. The government-run friend group theory. Both of you had to, didn't you? Unfortunately, you get modded for speaking the truth on this website. You mean... Oh, here we go. Look at this. Right from the rafters. You mean claiming that Islam is not a religion of... Oh, hold on. Never mind. What's funny is that that guy you were replying to is an alt account. He kind of admits it, actually. The account was made this month, and he is basically complaining about the mods. Big Mike 987 says, really? And their form signature is, I bought Borderlands 3 times. Who cares? All religions are a joke. And then says the horror nerds, whose forum description is, there was a time when the church ruled the world. It was called the Dark Ages. That's not true, actually. It was called the pre-Bronze Age, the theocratic city-state era. What Muslims do or don't do in modern times has nothing to do with fantasy inspired by their culture, which comes from a point way before whatever bullshit is going on in the world today. What Zelda borrows from Islam is purely aesthetic, not ideological. Jesus and Muhammad were never brown-skinned people. Read the history of Iraq, parentheses Mesopotamia, and you will find out the time Adam, peace be upon him, till Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. What? In the Middle East, or most of them were original white people. Just go Arabian Desert are brown. Iraq and Levant are white people. Parentheses Fertile Crescent. Is this guy? Is this guy? Hold on. I think I just spotted a new kind of guy. I'm gonna make a guess. I think this person is thinking of the Seleucid Empire, the Seleucid Empire, which is the Greek Empire born out of Alexander the Great's empire that was the ruling empire in the Middle East for basically until the Romans break onto the scene. So like maybe like 150 to 200 years. I don't I don't know how you could do this. India has nothing to do with Middle East. Middle East is the connection to the world. It is not Turkey. Turkey is just a lie and fake culture of political border. This guy says Turks are fake. Okay, this guy has said everyone's white. Everyone's white and Turkic is a fake culture. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this. Somebody, this was a deleted post. He's either Greek or Kurd. I think this is a Kurd. I feel like this has got to be a Kurd. 9 years ago, it's gotta be. 2017, it has to be. It has to be. Look, we caught a deleted comment in the wild. I never noticed this before, but I'm pretty disappointed. After having 8 years of a Muslim president in this country, we need to take a stand and vote appropriately. That goes for where we spend our money, too. I will be canceling my Nintendo Switch pre-order along with my Zelda Breath of the Wild Collector's Edition pre-order. Vote with your wallet. Do what's right. Bush did 9/11. Obama is Iraqian. Down with China. Never forget Pearl Harbor. What? Iraqian? Wait, does this guy think that did this guy say Obama did Obama end? I don't know. I don't know. Obama is African. Do not be stupid. Who cares? All religions are a joke. Yours, Islam, is not a joke. You can't be saying this in a thread full of white people. You're gonna pull the meanest aggro ever. Zelda has more European fantasy elements than Middle Eastern or Muslim ones. Dungeons and Dragons / Lord of the Rings has always been the type of setting Zelda mostly gets its inspiration from. They wrote it like this is medieval Europe folklore basically. Throw in a little bit of Japanese stuff since the devs are Japanese, and that's Zelda. The biggest Middle Eastern element are the Gerudo, who don't appear to be Muslim specifically so much as they appear to look like the whole Arabian Nights belly dancer stereotype. It is kind of strange sounding topic name, though. Okay. I think you mean the people following them. A lot of religions themselves are actually fine. Last post in the thread. India is neither Middle Eastern nor Muslim. The Zelda series pulls from all sorts of human cultures. We tend to brush aside the Western / Japanese influences because we expect them. Yet the inclusion of Middle Eastern or Muslim influenced content, as is supposed to be a controversy and anomaly. It's funny twice over with respect to the Gerudos due to the fact that while the aesthetic indicates Persian fashion and they hail from the desert, their culture reminds me a heck of a lot more of the Greek mythology revolving around Amazons. So the Gerudos are essentially a Japanese spin on Greek mythology with Persian aesthetics and a religion-based patriarchal monarchy instead of a matriarchal one, though they worship female gods. Their reliance on horses and their nature as raiders in association with Ganondorf, a ruler who Zelda rightly guesses is not just after Hyrule but world conquest, is reminiscent of the Mongol Empire. Okay, well, you had me in the first half. I got to give you credit. This is not even true. This is actually I can check you on this one because what they're referencing are the Parthians who are Persian. These fellows. Parthia. Oh, this is doing the region. Hold on. What about the people? Well, the Parthians spoke Parthian, a northwestern Iranian language. No Parthian literature survives from before the Sassanid period in its original form, and they seem to have written down very little. The Parthians did, however, have a thriving oral minstrel poet culture, to the extent that their word for minstrel, gosan, survives to this day in many Iranian languages, and especially in Armenian, on which it exercised heavy, especially lexical and vocabulary influence. Oh, that's cool. I didn't even know that. But yeah, they were essentially associated with the Parthian Empire. They were like a smaller tribe that kind of outgrew the region of Parthia and essentially becomes the rulers of the Parthian Empire, right? I have a lot of fascination with the Parthians because they are a very fascinating piece of history that does not really get discussed a lot. Where is it? He is pogging. Where do they talk about the horsies, though? Basically, though, they were the I mean, the reason why there are some aspects of history or why this Turkic why basically Parthians are a lot more tied to horse raids and stuff like that than a lot of the Mongols in terms of history, which is why again we call it the Parthian shot of like when you're riding a horse, if you are like facing behind the horse and shooting, it's called the Parthian shot, right? It's not called the Mongolian shot, it's called the Parthian shot. and they are essentially very influential to the group, right? The Parthians used the tactic to great effect in their victory over the Roman general Crassus in the Battle of Carrhae. After them and their successors, the Sasanians, the Parthian shot was characteristic of most nomads in the Eurasian steppe, such as the Scythians, Xiongnu, Huns, Turks, Magyars, Hungarians, Koreans, and Mongols, but was not limited to them, having also been used by the Yurterians and the Comanche. Comanche. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Comanche. It's probably like that. But yes, like essentially, it's this last bit, Comanche. Yes, thank you. This last bit is not related to the Mongols at all. It is tied towards the Parthians. So it is very clear that they are aiming for a Persian aesthetic, right? Yeah, it's just because like, oh, look at how much those Mongolians did. They're the most relevant here, huh? Of course, it's like that's Western Europe POV, right? This reeks of Western POV to a ridiculous amount. But yes, all that said, you and I have learned a lot today. I am going to send you guys over. I'm not going to host. I'm not going to host. I'm not going to host the chickens. I'm going to host Sajam. So go watch Sajam. He's probably playing some Deadlock. Go watch him. Thanks a lot for hanging out. I will be back again tomorrow, same time as always. We'll do some more. Tomorrow we'll be doing a continuation here on the Soviets dare not become state organizations for the next part of the stream. So thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for listening. Thanks for subscribing. I will see you guys again tomorrow, same time as always. Peace.